Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate you tuning us on in as we get into UFOs, UAP, and everything weird and strange. Why are we not getting any sound over to YouTube? You guys cannot hear us, can you? Can you hear us now? All right, let's do another play here. Can you hear the music?
It's time for Dave 101.
All right, so you're hearing the music now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Thank you. We're continuing on. I wonder, that was weird. Maybe a little glitch there. You were talking UFOs, UAP, and everything of the sorts tonight. So let's make sure that we have ourselves a good, jolly night tonight, shall we? All right, let's get right to the medal positions. We got Race Fan in the gold medal position. We have Penny Van with the silver. The Gong Show taking home the bronze medal. And let's say hello to everyone else. Michael Morris, Jessica S., Kathy Evans, Brown Dwarf, Crystal J., Ann B., and Sandy B. Welcome to SOR Chat. Monica, how are you? Susie B. and Samantha Hazelwood Gray, how are you? Robert Lamoth, Search and Destroy. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. Esmeralda, Thurston Howell III, and Jenny, nice to see you. And where are we here? Super Duke. We'll be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio. All right. Who else we got? W. David Page. Nice to see you. Hi, Pixie Lara. Jessica McCreary. Good to see you. Hi, my man, Millennium. Eric Markham is here. Markham will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind. To the right of the studio. All right, let's move on here. We have Miss Anonymous. Nice to have you back. And let's see. Who else is here? Shaq Valet. How are you? Sweet Donna C. I'm probably going to miss a lot of these tonight, okay, because I'm behind now. Cannoli Theory and my brother Eugene. How you guys doing? Hi, Lisa Bartoloni. Nice to have you here. Night Gazer. Thanks for joining us. And Richard Elmore. Good to see you. Space Daisy. Thanks for coming on in. Along with Jurassic Joey and Tombstone. How y'all doing? Gailey, nice to see you. And let's see who else we have. Felipe Fierro, how are you, my man? And let's see. Judith Nemeth, how are you? Nice to have you back. Digger Dog, nice to see you. Loco Boy, how are you? And Sensational Sherry. Simply Coco, what is the drink of choice tonight? Please let us know for tonight's show. We would appreciate that. And who else do we have here? We have Von Patrick. And let's see who else. Lily Pond, good to see you. And TMI Kevin, Aliens, UFOs, Crave Dog Ollie, Glenn John McEnroe, the Pride of Wimbledon, Tim Othman, how are you? Charles Wempe, how are you doing, man, down in Louisville? Hit a home run for us with the slugger there. All right, we're going to start the radio side where we have to open up the gates, and you'll watch right here as you will see. Where are we here? Right there. You're going to see our main man, Bill WD-40. There he is, jumping on in, Bill WD-40, lubing us up for tonight's show, because you always want to go into a show nice and smooth. And that's what Bill WD-40 does for us. Science Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. Very much appreciate your love and support. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. How you doing, Commonwealth Andrew? Good morning to you. And who else has jumped in here? Love V Love and Beachy. How are you? All right, we're getting into UFOs. We had to change a guest tonight. Louis Borges from UAP Studies Podcast, one of the best podcasts out there on UFOs, is here tonight. And we're going to get into a lot of really cool stuff. Don't forget, check the ticker down below right there. We want to see you all in Vegas. You're going to get an email from us soon. Horns up. Let's rock. central British Columbia to you listening around the world. This, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. You'll maybe the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We have a great show for you tonight. We're getting deep into the UFO world and how it's affecting you and the news that is happening all around, because it is busy right now. UAP Studies Podcast co-host Louis Borges is with us. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Then Super Duke for World Bigfoot Radio will be here for the UFO report. And guess what? It's Dave 101 night tonight. And oh, Dave is feeling a little feisty. Dave is feeling a little feisty. So you'll have to tune in for that as well. Tonight we have a good friend of this show. Louis Borges is here from UAP Studies Podcast. They are one of the top UAP Studies podcasts out there, even though that is their name. Louis co-hosts the show with a good friend of ours named Jason Guillemette. Hey, us Canadian kids, we have to stick together when it comes to reporting on the show. And what they do is they created the idea of collecting knowledge from the best UFO investigators, researchers, scientists, and journalists from around the world. And they want to bring it up to date on what is happening in the field. They do a show once a month. You can find them on Spotify and every other podcast format that is out there. We're very glad to have Louis here tonight. Louis, how you doing, my man? Here, let's get you off mute. That one's my fault. Let's get
Can you hear me all right now?
Yeah, now I got you. Hey, amateur move by Dave tonight.
Yeah, and we got a show once a week, not once a month. We do once a week.
Okay.
4
Two.
months.
Gee,
Now we can start.
Can we start?
Yeah,
I'm a little verklempt starting the show because you know as well as I do, man, you always want things to be perfect when it comes to the start of the show. And our YouTube show did not start off well because for some reason our intro music didn't fire. I was listening it into my headphones.
I could see it said mute on the bottom of my little back room portal here. It was on mute, so I'm not sure if that had something to do with it.
That was you that was on mute. And
okay.
Yeah. And so, you know what? It is what it is, but we're going to rock and roll this show tonight as best as we can because there is a lot of news going on. And there was some breaking news earlier today in the UFO world regarding the country of San Marino, which is literally about, the size of a small town, but it's its own major country. But they have made major UFO news. And before we get into that, Louis, let's introduce you to our audience for people who may not have heard you on this show before. How did you get interested in the whole UFO topic?
Well, I've always been a science-minded guy. That was my major in school, and also a spiritual guy. And, it wasn't so much of I believe or didn't believe. I just couldn't see why the type of creator I believed in would be so limited as to only put life on Earth. So I always kind of went at it with, a healthy skepticism, but a curiosity. And then as, TV programs have gotten better in the last, let's say, dozen years, there's been, decent UFO television programming, documentaries. So, being a science guy, I would sort of watch more of the science-based stuff and kind of shy away from that, stuff that had people's own opinion or bias towards it. And then, I actually met Jason Guillemette. I hired him to work at my firm, and we started shooting the breeze one day. And he goes, "Hey, I do this podcast, and you'd make a really great guest. Like, you know a lot about this. Why don't you come on the show?" And so I said, yeah, it'll be a lot of fun. And we just had a very fluid conversation, and like an hour flew by, and it was really enjoyable for both of us. And, it was kind of a story of us becoming friends and co-hosts at the same time. And we've subsequently become really good friends. He's probably my best friend, I'll be honest. We've bonded both in our personal lives as well as through the show. And then just by luck and sheer determination, we've been able to get some names and put together almost an encyclopedia. And that's kind of what we want to do. We're not experts, but we talk to a lot of people that are as close to that definition as possible. And yeah, that's sort of what we do. That's why we don't do 5 nights a week. It is difficult to get some of these people. Some of these interviews take months and months and months to set up. And our availability has to be when theirs is. You know, if Ralph Blumenthal says Sunday at 1 p.m., that's when we're doing the show. So we don't have the option of saying 9 p.m. every night, come join us. Maybe that's something we look at moving forward. But as of now, yeah, it's just an enjoyable thing. We consider it our digital living room, and we just chat with really interesting people. We let them talk. We don't try to vie for airtime. You know, a lot of shows that you watch, it's like you hear more of the host than the guest. That drives me nuts. And we've had some positive comments from people saying, thank you for not doing that. And so, yeah, we come at it with an open mind. We believe everybody has a chance to tell their story the way they feel fit. We don't really hammer on people or put them on the spot or ask them silly questions. And it's been really enjoyable. And 2023 is already shaping up to be an amazing year.
What's the best answer you've ever got to the UFO question on the podcast?
I asked Jacques Vallée, what does he want to tell everybody? And he said, suspend judgment. And to me, that was the most humble thing. I mean, if anybody has a right to have an ego or say, hey, I know more about this than you, it's Jacques Vallée. And for him to just be at like everybody else and say, you just don't know, you know, suspend judgment. You know, he's changed his mind half a dozen times in his career as well. So don't be so rigid in your beliefs and hang on to acronyms. You know, like some people razz us that it's not UAP, it's UFO. And, you know, have fun with it. Have an open mind. You know, we never would have thought 40 years ago that we'd be having these type of times where the government's openly talking about it a lot more than they were. This is probably as open as they're going to get. But, you know, if you told George Knapp 40 years ago that his stories would eventually make the New York Times, he probably would think you're crazy.
You know, that is a great answer by Jacques Vallée there in regards to, you know, what we should be doing. I mean, do you think right now, looking at the entire UFO world with, you know, news breaking every few days now, that maybe, just maybe, we are taking this subject a little bit too seriously and we're not letting it unfold that maybe the way it should?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's definitely, I mean, everybody has an equal opinion, unfortunately, because, well, fortunately and unfortunately, because nobody knows, nobody has proof. So we're all kind of at the table, and you can't really say, well, you know, what you're saying is nonsense, but what I'm saying is correct, because we're kind of all in the same boat. So I sort of like the people that, again, suspend judgment and have an open mind about it and really don't get too caught up in what you think, because you look at the world of UFO Twitter, it's a mess. And if all we do is pump people up like Lou Elizondo and then throw stones at them, regardless of your opinion of Lou Elizondo, but, you know, we as people are very good at doing this. We love to have a hero, and then we love to stone them to death. And I think that might prevent people from coming forward if they realize that this is going to happen to me too. I got a family, I got a career and a reputation. I don't want to go down that road. So I think it might be counterproductive if we go too hard. And again, we risk looking more fringe than something the government should take seriously.
You know, how do we learn to trust what is happening in the UFO community? You're relatively new. I'm 8 years in, but I'm still considering myself being new. And, you know, so many times we hear these stories that, you know, we shouldn't trust the government. We shouldn't trust the process. We know this area is infiltrated with people trying to throw us curveballs and false Easter eggs all over the place. Yet here we are, seemingly shoved into a corner where we have no choice but to listen to the news that is breaking all around us. You know, how do we define, you know, what is best for the UFO community, which eventually should be best for the UFO public and the public at large?
I think you should take it all in, even the crazy stuff, and don't listen so much to the bias or the little man in your head that says, "Oh, you can't believe that. It's coming from this source, or it's coming from that guy's show, and he's, you know, not somebody I'm a fan of." So don't look at where it's coming from, and don't read it with the bias of the person who wrote the article. Look at what's actually happening. Like, what does this mean? You mentioned today's a big day, the UN and San Marino. Like, what does that mean? The world's tiniest, well, except for Vatican City. I'm pretty sure San Marino is the second smallest country in the world, pretty well. It's more like a big town. And why them of all people are they saying that the UN should take UFO seriously? So don't look at where the article is coming from, but if it's real news and it's verifiable, try to read between the lines. Like, what is actually happening? What does it mean rather than what is being said?
Yeah, you got that right. And let's get right to it with San Marino today. Now, for people who don't know where San Marino is, it is a very tiny country. I mean, this country only has a population as of 2021 of just over 33,740 people. It's not a big country. Yet, this country has now become the center of ufology. San Marino is located in literally surrounded by Italy. Okay, and it is a country that has basically listens to the people. It's a really many experts consider it the only real true democracy that is on the planet. And it's very strange that all of a sudden, for the last 3 years, Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, and many others who have been pitching disclosure have been pushing the government of San Marino to really break out and be the country of focus when it comes to UFOs. And today, their government announced that unanimously they will be taking the subject of UFOs into the United Nations for discussion among every country in the world. This hasn't happened since the 1970s. And Louis, I mean, this is amazing that a little country like San Marino, that doesn't even have 40,000 people, has now become the biggest country in the world when it comes to pushing for UFO disclosure.
And maybe this is all a setup. Maybe no big country wants to take the risk. So maybe this is planned. I can't see any other reason why a country that nobody knows of really in the main population. I mean, if you're a geography buff, you probably know San Marino, but I bet you most of the people listening right now, A, have never heard of it, or B, at least would not be able to tell you where it is. So maybe it's a reason you just need any country to be able to go to the UN. You just need somebody. And if nobody else is willing, or there's too many implications because you have a huge population, maybe you're scared of the same things that some people theorize the American government's scared of. People will start to abandon their faith and belief in politicians and all the rest. So maybe it was just a way to get somebody with a ticket to the UN meeting or conference to say, hey, put this on your little ballot of things you want to ask. Because no matter if it goes good or bad, it's not going to affect anything. And, we know Italy is very big in this topic as well, and maybe having something to do with that. I know even on Lou Elizondo's show, Unidentified, there was portions of certain episodes showing him meeting with Italian officials saying these things like shot at our choppers and took down our equipment, and we basically engaged them. So I know they're motivated to find out what the hell this is as well. So to me, again, if I'm trying to read through the lines and not look at what's being said, my opinion is that this was planned, and it's a small enough country that it's not going to do any damage either way. But it's a reason to publish this, and it's a reason for them to go to their own countries now and say, hey, if the UN's looking at this, we have to as well. Maybe it's a backdoor way of getting that same end goal.
So this is what happened. And one of their members of government, a gentleman named Paolo Gizzardi, and I hope I pronounced that right, and I apologize if I didn't, typed on Twitter 8 hours ago. San Marino's parliament approved participation in Project Titan. After 75 years, UAP/UFO will again be brought at humanity's highest council attention. Hopefully, it will also facilitate a climate of cooperation and rapprochement between world states. Hashtag UFO Twitter. Now, Project, a lot of people may not be familiar with Project Titan update. He followed it up by saying, I followed the stream debate, but the words of the speaker after the vote, the agenda is not approved, seems to me related to comma 5, the only comma where a vote on the agenda is mentioned, but it did end up passing through, and the parliamentary work literally got things done. So I'm going to assume this Paolo Gizzardi is a reporter. Pardon me for calling him a parliamentarian there. And the idea behind this is, I think the reason why Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon were focusing on this was because they probably knew getting true disclosure out of the United States and the military branches would be impossible. They knew they were going to hit roadblocks. They knew that they were going to hit a lot of railroad ties that were unmatched together, causing the train to fall off the tracks. And you might as well focus on a country that has no military, no stake in the game, and just wants the facts to come out. I think that's the way it happened. I don't have any proof of this, but it just in reading the storyline, that seems to what's played out, Lou.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's well said. That's basically what I was saying as well. And if you look at the actions of Lou Elizondo in the last, 12 months, you know very well that he approached the Canadian government. So it's not like these guys are going to stop. If they really are what they say they are, they're going to keep going because they're passionate about this. Or maybe there is an agenda. Maybe they are working for somebody. Who knows? There's a million and one theories, but all of them would still point to the fact that they're going to keep going. If they approach a government with a threat narrative and they're not interested, that's not game over. That's just turn your action somewhere else. So I know for a fact that he has connections in Italy. Even if you watch his History Channel program, you see some of the meetings, whatever they allow on television, it didn't get edited. And I'm sure there's been a lot more since then subsequently. So I think these guys are utilizing their resources to the best of their ability. I think he did that to help get the Tic Tac video out in the first place. And I believe that more than ever now that I spoke with Ralph Blumenthal last Sunday. He was our last guest, and we asked him about that article. And we said, like, was this given to you? Did somebody tell you to write this? Is this just you and Leslie Kane and Helene Cooper's pet project? That, like, how did it come up? And he goes, a lot of people think it was a plant. There's a lot of conspiracy about it. He's like, genuinely, it wasn't. We were just brought this info. And because it wasn't people that were, sort of not willing to go on the record, they were verifiable military people. The New York Times ran it because it wasn't hearsay. It was this guy's willing to testify that this is what happened. And therefore, the whole, glowing aura and black money 2017 article was written. So I believe more than ever now since speaking to Ralph that that's the case.
Yeah. And you know what? The fact is this. I'm now curious to see how this is going to get brought up in the United Nations. I'm very curious to see what will the Americans think, because their own people were helping set up San Marino for this. Their
Yeah.
own people who work for government agencies. I mean, that's a little interesting to me. I'm curious to see how the bigger countries are going to react, whether it's Great Britain, whether it's China, Russia, Japan, India. I'm curious to see how this is going to go, because we don't have a date yet of when it's going to go down, but we do know that it is going to happen now.
And what that says to me more than anything is that we know it's not ours. Because if you were giving away military secrets in a treasonous way, you'd go to jail or get the death penalty. So we know for a fact that, because like you said, these guys are working for agencies, cooperating with other governments about this topic. If this was a top secret, this is our military, it doesn't get out, you would go to jail. That would be treason. You've effectively discussed government secrets in a military capacity with a foreign agency. That's grounds for going to jail for the rest of your life. So this whole idea that maybe it's ours, maybe it's someone else's, it's definitely not the Americans if they're sharing and getting San Marino to do their bidding at the UN, which I think is exactly what's happening.
We got 4 minutes to go before we got to go to break. At the bottom of the hour, Louis Borges from UAP Studies Podcast is our guest tonight. I'm just stunned by this, that it's actually going to the UN, because I have been pushing, and it's funny, I had a very deep talk with Science Bob McGuire today about the whole disclosure subject and the way the doors seem to be closing left, right, and center regarding the UFO topic around Washington, D.C. and around the alphabet agencies and the military, because they, in my estimation, they're hiding something. They are hiding what they know, and they don't want it to get out in the public. And I believe that the entire disclosure process has been compromised. And I've been saying that for a while. And Bob and I had a talk about this, and I think it's because of this. I think that there is 50% of the people who want it out, and they will do whatever they can to get it out, but they want to keep their jobs intact, so they're putting everything behind closed doors. And then I do believe the other 50% are scared out of their wits about what the possibility of alien life actually being here, whether it's because of their religious beliefs, whether it's because of their own personal beliefs. And hey, people have fears about the strangest things,
Yeah, I
and
mean, this
and I
affects everybody, even the guys in the government. Like guys like Jim Semivan working for the CIA have Grays show up in his bedroom. So nobody's immune from this. And you're right; it scares the crap out of those who don't get it, and the ones that do get it know the implications.
absolutely, and I think that's why they needed to push it to San Marino.
Yeah,
And the word San Marino had been coming out of Elizondo's mouth for 3 years.
yeah.
So the big question is, what do you think is going to be the difference between what they have to say coming out of San Marino and what would possibly come out of the United States?
Well, I think the United States has drawn so many lines in the sand for 70 years. Definitely not. We're not investigating this. We don't have evidence. We don't have proof. They've committed so much to that story. They will never rescind it because then it means that you've lied to the people for decades. You'll never gain faith again. So I don't think they can undo, even though the people in power now weren't the ones who had those policies 70 years ago, but they're left holding the bag. And I don't think disclosure can come from the US. I think it needs to go these roundabout ways. And I think even the Americans know that. And that's what we're seeing now.
And we're going to see more of it. We will be seeing more of it. Do you think that this topic will gain ground at the UN?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think there's already work in motion. They wouldn't go to this kind of publication, and countries don't just say stuff on Twitter. Like there's a reason this is being put out, this message right now, right today. Don't be surprised if some subsequent info comes shortly after. Or maybe there's a UN summit coming that we don't know of, or maybe we do know and I just don't know. But I think it's to prep this. It's sort of a setup for what's to come. But I think the wheels are already farther in motion than we think.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how far those wheels are actually in motion. Because, look, there's a great comment here in our chat room from Robo1776. Everyone loves to blame the three-letter agencies. What BS? The government doesn't know any more than the 1,000 or citizens. It's easy to hide behind the BS line of ill reasoning. I mean, that is a truthful statement. We don't
Sure.
know, like, for instance, I don't believe the politicians know what's going on. I don't
No,
believe
it's
that whatsoever.
compartmentalized at the highest level. Most of the people don't have a clue and have good intentions and just don't know. I agree.
So the conversation continues. When we return on Spaced Out Radio, we're going to take a look into Mufon. And this will lead up to the second hour where we get into a brand new company called Enigma Labs that seems to be doing some really strange stuff when it comes to UFOs and their secretiveness. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we're clear. Good start, man.
Yeah, likewise. I'm just going to hit the can. I'll be right back. How many?
Yeah, you
5
go.
minutes?
Yeah, we got
minutes?
5 minutes. Have
right.
one for me, okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Appreciate that. Bob Davis, how you doing? Markham, are you signing autographs yet? No, you got to wait till after the show. And everybody in the chat room, I just want you to introduce you to Eric Markham there. Eric's been a listener of this show since 2016. And he's a good friend, and welcome him with open arms, because I think you're going to see him as a regular back here hanging on out with us almost on a nightly basis if he's not working. So make sure you welcome him in with open arms. So appreciate you for doing that. Guys, I got to tell you my day. I woke up at like 7. My alarm went off at like 7 o'clock, and then 7:05, then 7:10, then 7:15. I finally got out of bed and got my son ready for school, got him down to the bus stop. And I have literally been talking UFOs since 8 o'clock this morning. 8 o'clock this morning is when it started for me. And I have not stopped, though I did stop for dinner, and I think I had about a 30-minute nap. But it has been going all day with phone calls. Hi, Crystal J. How are you? And it has been just a nuts day in trying to get information and line up. And this is what I love to do. This is what I love to do. I love working the phones. I love being able to talk to people and gain that information that I can then relay to you guys. It's something that's honestly, it's almost as good as being on the show. And it's funny because I got into the studio tonight and I've had to have my phone on the charger twice today. Yeah, it's been crazy. Crazy day today. Crazy awesome. Love V Love. I do have an assistant or two. And Terry Hall and Kira and Cat Chaser. No, not Cat Chaser, sorry. Spookles the cat. Dirty Filth, he's a big help. You know, even though he's got 6 toes on each foot, he's a big help. 6 toes on each foot, Filth. Yeah, look at that. He's like, hold on 1 second here. Yeah, I wonder what he's drawing. It looks like a UFO. A couple of aliens there. Maybe one looks like Elvis. Is that Elvis coming back on a spaceship? The one on the left by your paint right there? Looks like Elvis.
It was not Elvis.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait to redeem that slice of pizza in Vegas, Dave.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm even going to let, at first I was just going to put a plain cheese pizza, but I'm going to let you throw a little pepperoni on there.
How about a little bit of jalapeno on there?
Whatever you want, buddy. Whatever you want.
Excellent.
Yeah, you're my buddy. You deserve it.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate it.
Oh, Thin Lizzy. I opened up a new Oracle deck yesterday and freaked out when I saw the UFO card. I would love to see that card. Could you take a picture of it and send it to me? I would love to see that card. Random Guy is here. Random Guy. You can go to our Spaced Out Radio store on our website and get a Random Guy t-shirt. There's a couple there for you to choose from. Yep, Random Guy. Love it. Dogface Simon, how are you? Candy R, how are you? Nice to see you again. And who else is here? Mark Sanchez. Good to see you, buddy. We'll see you in Vegas. Louie, are you still planning on coming to the Vegas party?
I got to see with my wife and new baby. That's the only complication. So I'm still hoping to be there, but I just haven't been able to confirm.
Yeah.
Jason, I think, is coming down, though. I think Jason's good to go, isn't he?
I hope so. Yeah. I got to confirm with him soon. Cecil, how you doing, buddy? Jeremy Jones, nice to see you. Yes, I did have a horrible salad yesterday, but got it made up with tonight with soft tacos. Soft tacos. It was a fantastic dinner. I put a little ghost pepper hot sauce on there. Oh, I'm burning bright inside right now. Rugged Source, welcome to SOR Chat. We got 10 seconds. Thank you to Science Bob and Ed Clater for the super chats. Remember, if you're interested in joining us in Vegas in May, look at the ticker below, and here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio. Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. From the UAP Studies Podcast, one of the two hosts, Louis Borges, is here with us tonight. We're going to get into a little bit of Mufon news because apparently, Louis, your sources are telling you that Mufon may have some big news coming up within the next 30 to 60 days.
Yeah, I won't say who told me because they told me off of our recording, but yeah, they basically said towards the end of January, approximately, there's going to be some type of an announcement. And I kept pressing, and finally this person told me that it basically has to do with more of a cooperation between the government and Mufon. So in this latest report, they were saying that basically it was just a regurgitation, but in the fine lines there of how they're going to collect data, what agencies they should cooperate with. I believe what this person was getting at was that the government will take a look at what Mufon has. I kind of like to think they already know. I don't think if there was anything, however many hundreds of thousands of files they have, I'm sure they have a pretty good idea what's in most of them. Nothing that's like scary or detrimental to them keeping it a secret. But according to this person, Mufon's going to play a big role this year. And I know there's a lot of varying opinions on Mufon, and I'm sure we can chat about that too.
I'm not sure I feel comfortable with that. I really don't know
you
if
mean
I
with
feel
Mufon, like working with the government?
Mufon. Yeah. I don't see that as being their role.
Fair
And
enough,
I had a talk with somebody up high and about this a couple of weeks ago. And I don't understand why Mufon, who is supposed to be the voice of the public when it comes to this, they rely on public resources, they rely on public reports, they rely on personal experiences and personal data regarding their sightings and or experiences. And the fact that they want to now get into bed with the US government regarding UFOs, I can understand the intrigue, don't get me wrong. But as someone who has been emphasizing the fact that we need a UFO watchdog out there to call out some of this stuff, I think it's a bad move by Mufon. I don't think it's healthy for what they allegedly are supposed to be standing for.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the people that have gone to Mufon, they went there knowing it was a private organization. They didn't go there knowing that the government has oversight on that. Maybe some of these people work in roles that they didn't feel comfortable discussing it with their colleagues or their higher up. So I think that's a bit of a betrayal to anybody who went to Mufon thinking it was a safe place for their testimony. But again, I still have a part of the back of my mind that says the government already knows what's in their files. And yeah, maybe, but again, too, they're very quick to say that you can't take witness testimony seriously. And that's why you can't study this phenomenon seriously. But then on the other hand, if they're going to get involved with that, that's contradictory to that. It's almost like the government says, unless it comes from us, it's not true. But very quickly, that's falling apart.
Well, I mean, let's face it. As Raz says in our chat room, a UFO watchdog is a nice dream, but it is just a nice dream, Dave. And I would agree with you on that.
Yeah, I agree.
And I would agree with the listener on that. But Mufon, when they started 50 plus years ago, they started it because they wanted to get be an independent source as to why the government was covering up the UFO phenomena. And as they got bigger and developed a board of directors and then, the board of directors kind of has moved on and is like almost like an entire separate entity compared to the state directors and the field investigators who take in the reports from people. To me, I just don't understand how this is being run and what Dave McDonald is doing, even trying to get into the government. I mean, is it ego? Is it something that Mufon is working a personal agenda here? I really don't know. What's your thoughts, Lou?
Maybe they don't have a choice. I mean, part of me thinks that too. Maybe they don't have a choice. Maybe they've been subpoenaed for this stuff. Maybe they're under a non-disclosure. Who knows? There's so much stuff that's going on. But again, too, you mentioned the current administration. It's not the same folks that were doing this 50 years ago. So as times change, people's opinions change. Now more than ever, people are more about their own kind of, they want to leave a sort of a legacy. So maybe somebody thinks that if they can contribute through government to be part of the final disclosure, it'll be kind of a lasting thing that they can say, hey, I did that, So maybe there is some ego involved with that. Or again, maybe they don't have a choice. Part of me thinks that they don't.
Well, what's funny is I spoke at the Mufon symposium last year, and I talked to a gentleman named Bob Spearing, who's been a long time part of Mufon. He'll be a guest on this show next week, and I will be hitting him up on this a little bit more. But one of the things that I noticed at the Mufon conference, and please, please, please don't take this the wrong way when I say this, but I really don't know how to say it outside of, blue collar talk. There was a lot of old people there. And when I say old, and I would include myself in that category, I'm 49 years old, and I would say the majority, like 90 to 95% of the people had to be over 45 to 50. And there were very few young people at the symposium, which actually kind of shocked me, because for any organization to survive, you need a mixture of veteran people who know the system inside out, but you have to be bringing in younger people into these symposiums and into these talks in order for them to learn, so the next generation has that ability to take over, rather than having one generation lose that generation, and then you have a bunch of blind young people who don't really know what the generation before them did. That was scary to me.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the age of the majority of people into this topic. And I think a lot of people, it started with comics and sci-fi movies and all that. So like our demographic for UAP Studies Podcast is between 30 and 65. That's like 99% of our audience. And I mean, there's views where we don't have a single person under the age of 25 who watches it. So I think maybe they're not represented in MUFON symposiums or other conferences because either A, they're just not in that topic yet, or they're not as enthusiastic as the people who've been following this for a long time. Those are the diehards, and they do the tour, and even the speakers. I mean, a lot of them have been doing this for many, many, many years,
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I get that. But do you think, though, that MUFON has lost their way? And I ask that with caution because Jason, your partner, is a part of MUFON Canada. He's the Western investigator for for British Columbia as part of MUFON Canada. And I like MUFON Canada. I think that they need a little bit more organization, but I think that they at least have some good people involved with them. And I wish they would put their conference back on, the Alien Cosmic Expo, because that is a good conference there. But I mean, the idea behind it is, what do you think that MUFON's role should be in 2023?
It's hard to say. I mean, if you don't grow, you die. So if they don't adapt, they're not really going to stay current, right? And there's stuff like you mentioned earlier, there's stuff coming out every single day. So how do you get that level of being current unless you change something? One thing I will say about the MUFON people, we've had quite a few on our show, and we recently chatted with Jeremy Ray. He's the state director MUFON for Colorado. He was also on Hangar One MUFON Files, so he's a pretty recognizable guy, great guy. And he's basically saying all of the same stuff, like they need to change. And like they have an enthusiasm they wish they could do it all themselves. A lot of nobody gets paid. They do all these investigations on their own time. They do some of the most amazing work, like professional quality investigations. But I think the people who speak on behalf of MUFON is above them, and they don't really reflect the same as the actual investigators. The investigators are like boots on the ground, live and die and breathe this stuff. But there is a layer of politics within the organization.
Huge.
What do I think the role should be? I don't really know that I'm sure what the role ever was. It just seemed like a place that would take UFOs seriously when the government wasn't, and the government still kind of isn't. So there is a relevance there. Do I agree with the politics? I don't know, but people come and go, things change, and who knows? Maybe there's a lot more going on behind the scenes. The fact that my source would tell me something big was coming means it's probably already been announced within MUFON, or at least amongst the state directors and the big people. So I think we're going to learn more about MUFON this next year than we ever have before.
Well, the one thing that, and the person I was talking to a couple weeks ago about this, because the person came out right to me and said, Dave, what is your issue with MUFON? And I said, I don't have an issue with MUFON. I said, I do have some concerns. And I said, my good friend, Tom Whitmore, who spent a couple decades on the board of directors for MUFON, he and I talked quite a bit. And I shared with him some of those concerns. I said, one of the problems that MUFON has had in history is if something happens big and the public wants to know about it, the public want answers, they've had this attitude where if they don't talk about it, it doesn't exist. If we just shut up, it doesn't exist. And they did that going back to 2007 when billionaire hotel magnate Robert Bigelow bought into MUFON for about $700,000 in exchange for files.
Yeah, and actually, Jeremy Ray, he was in that group of people looking at those high-end files, and like they didn't see the injection of money. He said that basically they got $100 per interview, but they were doing it just because they were being exposed to this. So I'm not sure where all that money went because it didn't go to the investigators. I know that.
Yeah. And okay, so they never really addressed that. They never really addressed the concerns about racism with former investigator and state director of Pennsylvania, John Ventry. They never, ever got into that publicly. They never made a statement regarding the arrest of former executive director Jan Harzan about a year and a half, 2 years ago now, where he was arrested for allegedly trying to solicit relations, shall we say, with a teenage girl online. And he was caught down in Huntington Beach, California. They never addressed that. They never even did an internal investigation to see whether or not other members of MUFON were involved. Dave McDonald, the new executive director who took over from Jan Harzan, basically said, hey, let's just shut up. Let's let the court system do their thing, and we're not saying a thing. Well, no, you have to. You have thousands of people who have given you their honest reports. You need to say something. You need to make sure that you aren't compromised one way or another, and that personal information from thousands of people across North America and the world have their information safe, their personal information, and that it wasn't sitting on a computer with a bunch of horrendous videos or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
You can't do it.
They got to at least do their due diligence within the organization. Maybe they can't speak publicly. Maybe they don't want to get sued. I could see that, but at least say we've made sure that no female members have had any issues. We made sure that there was no inappropriate, imagery or whatever on company computers and that type of stuff. They could have addressed it without saying he's guilty or not, with at least giving him a chance for a fair trial. They could have politically correct or done it in a politically correct way.
Absolutely. And my suggestion to a couple of friends on the board was, you need to hire an independent investigator right now. An independent investigator to make sure that there is nobody else within your organization that is involved with this stuff.
Yeah.
And they never did it. I know it got brought up, but it got shot down from the top on down. And that is wrong. And now you look at Dave McDonald, the executive director, and I will put the heat on him, who wants to play ball with the U.S. government. He wants so bad to be in MUFON, to be in that conversation. To me, he is recklessly putting the entire history of MUFON in jeopardy for what they were originally supposed to stand for, which was be the voice of the people and the public, which is why they're allegedly nonprofit, and be the voice, the eyes, the ears of the public in order to keep this subject in the know. And they're not doing it. They never said anything about the TTSA when they came out. They even tried, Jan Harzan was even trying to get Mufon involved with the TTSA. We know they had talks. How successful they were, I'm not sure. But I don't understand why they are going down this road when they are reliant on people like you, like me, like our listeners, to give them free information about something that can be very personal for somebody who has been abducted or had contact.
Mhm. Yeah, I think there's dollar signs. Like with any US government contract, there's big money. And I can't see them handing over those files for free, or not necessarily will sell them to you, but some future contingencies, some ongoing funding to do better quality investigations. I think somebody has dollar signs in their eyes. If you look at what motivates most people, and particularly males, and I'm a male, but let's be honest, it's money and women usually. So with the lack of a woman sort of being the catalyst there, I think maybe they get dollar signs, or they don't have a choice. I think somebody is playing the politics, and it's becoming obvious.
I think that they want to know, the heads of MUFON want to know so badly what the government knows or what they allegedly know, that they are willing to sell their soul to the devil.
Yeah,
You know,
they're not going to
it's
find
Robert
out anyway.
it,
They won't find
it's
anything.
It's Robert Patterson, man, going down to the crossroads to meet with the devil to get that musical talent, and then dying at 27, starting the Club 27.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. And it doesn't feel very good. It doesn't feel very good at all. And I think people need to be wary. And the public needs to be wary of what they are trying to accomplish. Because I don't want my personal information getting to the US government regarding if I call in a UFO.
Yeah.
The government doesn't need to know. I mean, yes, people will say, well, gee, the government already has your phone number. They have your address, your social security number. They have your email addresses. They know where you work. They have your taxes and everything. The government already knows. Yes, but that's because we have to sign that paperwork. They don't need to know what I'm experiencing on my private time. That's what the MUFON database is supposed to be. Private, that my information is supposed to be protected. And there is going into business with the government regarding UFOs, it puts that in danger. Even if they say, no, Louis, your stuff isn't in danger. We're not compromising anything. Really? Then why are you going or begging to be a part of this?
Yeah. And what else do they have that the government would want other than the files? That's all they are. It's a giant collection. But my question to you, Dave, is what do you think about the members, and what do they think about this? Because if enough people within MUFON make enough noise and say, no, we're not for this, you no longer have investigators or state directors. You don't have a MUFON, because MUFON is the work of the body of people that do it for free. So have you heard anything from any of the members? Because it's the first. I mean, I haven't heard any dissent within the ranks, so to speak. What about you?
I think they are all waiting to see how it plays out, to see how much of their soul is sold to the devil.
Yeah.
I think that's the way they're playing out. But most investigators with MUFON will tell you point blank, Louis, that what they do is so different from what the board of directors does.
Yeah.
It's like two separate entities. And it's weird because realistically, from what I've been told, the MUFON board of directors really doesn't care about the states, about the investigators. They really don't. They want the information. That's what they are about. They want the information, they want the donations, and they want to be a part of the story. Well, if they had a strong PR person who actually knew how to work PR, they would have that. And it's real simple. Like I told my friend on the phone call the other day, I said, if you guys want to get in front of the news, this is before the UFO report came out. I said, why haven't you focused on the public? Where is your press release as the voice of the public saying, hey, government, where's our report? Where is it? Now, granted, the UFO report came out on January 12th. Okay, but still, You had 2.5 months of tardiness to say, where's the report? Why didn't you? Would have got you in the news, would have helped put the pressure on. And there's so many other things they could be doing. But I can see why they're not if they're trying to get into bed with the government regarding this subject.
Yeah, that's the only thing that makes sense, because if you wanted to be sort of like the leader of the people and be like the independent sort of body, that's a perfect opportunity. If it was up to Grant Cameron, he'd be saying, hey, where the hell's that report? And he'd be getting all the credit for standing up for what we're all thinking. So it was a perfect opportunity for a big body like MUFON to say, we unofficially represent the people, and we feel like we have enough numbers to go to Congress and say it's not acceptable, and we have a right to give that opinion. The only reason they wouldn't, as you said, is maybe because there's already this government interplay going on. Maybe it's been going on a long time, and now it's just kind of bubbling up. Maybe they've been watching it from the beginning. I mean, if it started 50 years ago, government was still looking into UFOs 50 years ago too, and didn't really have the resources that we do nowadays, right? So that's a pretty good fountain of information to just ignore if you are in fact studying this phenomena.
Well, let me ask you, let's say you live in Washington State, because you live in British Columbia, where I am. You live in Washington State, and you file your UFO report to MUFON. How would you feel knowing that your federal government now knows that you're a UFO eyewitness?
For sure. It's a total breach of trust. I mean, if they're going to do that, they have to officially acknowledge that we are now in cooperation with, from this point moving forward. I think everybody whose testimony is in the past, that should be sort of grandfathered. Like, that should not be, that was given with the intent of it being private. And, journalists won't reveal its source. And that's basically what it is. It's an ethical thing more than a legal thing. Ethically, they should not divulge anybody's personal story unless that person consented. And nowadays, in a court of law, that would never stand up, because the person would say, I never consented to this, interrogation or phone recording or whatever. You have to know that this is going to these parties. So I don't even think it would be legal for them to officially acknowledge that they're doing that. But the government does a lot of things that aren't outwardly legal, and we never hear about it either. So.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, because MUFON is about to have some competition coming up here with this new Enigma Labs that everybody is learning about. And already, Enigma Labs, as far as we know, we don't even know if they've been around over a year, because their name has only been popping up the last few months. But apparently this, we'll get into it next hour, this Enigma Labs is coming in with some very, very deep pockets. And they want your reports. But I'm going to tell you why that it may not be a good idea to submit your reports to Enigma Labs. Because when you're an Enigma, how do you trust it? Louis Borges from the UAP Studies Podcast is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. You can find them on Spotify. Him and his partner, Jason Guillemette, who has a fantastic beard and mustache combination. Louis, not so much. He likes to shave every day. We'll change that for the Vegas party when he gets there. Spaced Out Radio is hour number 2. Coming up next. Stay tuned. All right, buddy, we are clear.
Very good, sir.
I'm going to take a quick break. Dirty Filth, we're going to turn this bad boy over to you, because you are the man, the myth, and the legend.
What's he draw? Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was yesterday.
That's awesome. It almost had like a Rascals look to it. The type of animation, like the cartoon, the Rascals.
That was from yesterday. We had Merle on. They were talking about ghosts in Southern California. So I figured, Merle's hunting ghosts and the ghost talking to him. Maybe the ghost could just talk right into the recorder, but they'd never do that.
That's right. We'll be back in just a minute here, Dirty.
All right.
Don't steal all of our followers.
All right, everybody. I'm going to steal you guys and everything. So go to filthy.com. That's FYLTHY.com. Buy my book and calendar. Come to Vegas. I'll give you cartoons and maybe a sliced pizza or something. I don't know. I'm actually going to draw some cartoons while I'm there. So Perhaps, if you're lucky enough, you get a Vegas cartoon. Maybe. Random guy, I bet you he's just letting out the dog men to clear the yard of rowdy Sasquatches or something like that. It's probably what he's doing, actually. Fart joke. Hey, Grandmaster, in the hockey game between, oh boy, I think it was Tampa and Vancouver last night, somebody let a ripper go during the game. It was hilarious. And then Vancouver lost. Suckers. This is going to be a good one, though. Trust me. All I can say is some alien mechanics right now. Merle. David Page, the calendar's awesome. Thank you. I think the redacted notes are the coolest part. Because you get to have redacted notes on it. Actually, shout out to my web witch. Fabala Ellis was the one that came up with that idea. And I appreciate that. Can't believe I have no cats here tonight either. This is just unprecedented. And I don't know if the word is canonically or canonly or whatever. Nonetheless, this one alien here, he's the guy in an older drawing that crashed in Shag Harbor. I think it was 1967, 62. I can't remember. And he's training his apprentice, basically. So yeah, that was my thought for the show. Also because of my witty comments once I ink up the lettering and everything. Excuse me. Boy, I forget what color hat he had originally. Yeah, the alien's got the orange border with the yellow speech balloon. We'll give him some crusty old brown shirts to wear. They're just dirty old mechanics anyways. Well, here I am, rambling to myself. Dave's not here. Lewis, nowhere to be seen. All right, if I have to take this show all the way till 3 a.m., I will. Sit here and draw cartoons. This crusty shirt. I actually knew a guy that made hot rods. It was pretty cool.
All right, I am back.
Oh, look, there's the afternoon shift, Dave.
Yeah.
Actually.
By the way, Thin Lizzy, thank you for sending me that card, the UFO card. That is a powerful card. Powerful card. Gave me chills going right up my spine. That was friggin' cool. And, oh, hey, Clam.
It's the clamster.
Yeah. Well, you never go wrong with a little clam in your life. Jason Lamas over on Facebook, thank you for joining us.
Sounds like somebody wonked a guitar.
Sounds like it. Dirty Filth, question for you. Does Blob's absence indicate that he or she is sleeping off all the hard work of walking on your drawings from earlier in the day?
Blob is currently downstairs, passed out, and the gremlin is passed out beside her.
Awesome.
Basically,
Hey, I want to go ahead.
basically, Blob is like the auntie that would buy you cigarettes and,
Yeah.
beat up the bullies.
All right, here we go with hour number 2, everyone.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, at KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Iambographer? I don't even know what this is. Iambographer? Yeah, well, whatever it is, the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading the news wire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Hour number 2. We have our good friend from UAP Studies Podcast, co-host Louis Borges, who hosts a weekly show with Jason Guillemette, and you can find it on Spotify. Literally, it is one of the best podcasts you can hear on the UFO subject anywhere in North America, if not the world. Louis, thank you so much for joining us, my man.
Thanks for having me, Dave. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And I feel like I'm chatting with a friend. It doesn't feel like we're doing a show. Feels like we're just, this is like a virtual living room. So always good to be with you.
Well, it is good. And we thank our audience for making it that way too, whether they're listening terrestrially or in our chat room live right now or on the podcast version or wherever they may be, so we got to thank them for making it a great show. We really do. But I want to get into this group that's coming out called Enigma Labs. Now, don't be surprised if we don't know too much about it right now, because this group has literally come out of nowhere to really take over a lot of the UFO stuff that we are seeing. Now, their website is pretty basic. You're not going to see a lot of information that is on there. But realistically, this is what we do know about Enigma. We don't know who their board of directors are. They're keeping it secret. You can tell by the website, where literally, if you go to About Us, there's nobody there. They tell you that they are a neutral group. UAP goes beyond politics. Our company is nonpartisan and open to working with everyone. We are neutral on the origins of the phenomena. Premature assumptions and logical fallacies can lead to the wrong conclusions. We are a neutral aggregator and aim to empower those studying the phenomena with historical context, real-time alerts, and analytic tools. We are open-minded and will follow the science wherever it leads. They claim that they are global. UAP have appeared across the planet for over a century in various forms. The cross-border nature of sightings requires a global framework. We aim to find answers through investigation and conversation that examines the phenomena from the perspective of all nations, languages, and culture. They claim to be professional. They are individuals who have dedicated their lives to researching UAP. We are indebted to them and stand on their shoulders. Yet UAP remains a mystery. That is why Enigma adopted a fresh approach, taking advantage of modern tools, business models, and skill sets. In order to attract the brightest minds and build for the long term, we formed as a private company. We take the mission seriously and embrace complexity. We are a team of full-time diverse professionals from many backgrounds: data science, machine learning, aerospace, citizen science, consumer product design, particle physics, sailing, visual arts, finance, journalism, military service, and public policy, to name a few. We are grateful to everyone who has supported us so far. But who are they? There's nothing on their website showing who they are. Yet,
Go to the part just above that, Dave. I read it earlier, and it says, about our members. We don't discuss our members as we prefer them to remain anonymous or something like that. It was very cryptic.
Yeah, let me find that.
It was on the
Let me
About
find-
Us. You were there. One of them, I read it earlier, and it basically, I think it's about our, I thought it was just above the We Are. I could be wrong.
I'm not finding that. I have read that, though,
Let me
that they
see.
want to remain in the private. Now, we are hearing rumors that a gentleman named Peter Thiel is the one who is funding this. Now, Peter Thiel is a multi-billionaire. He's 55 years old. He's the co-founder of PayPal, Palantir Technologies, and Founders Fund. He is one of the first outside investors in Facebook. And let's find out what he's worth. Oh, by the way,
I found
he's
the
worth
line here, Dave. So it's just above the section you were reading. So it goes to advance progress on UAP using cutting edge technology and social intelligence only through thoughtful, open-minded study. Yeah. And then it says, we are focused on building and keep our team low profile for privacy. So how do you get people's trust to send you their encounter story if they don't know who you are?
great point. I wish I had an answer for that.
Is
But
there
here
even a
was something-
section that says like submit your story or report?
There is.
Is there? Yeah.
Yeah, there is they want your sightings, much like Mufon does. Apparently, the report takes 2 to 3 minutes. If you have questions or feedback, you may email us at submit@enigmalabs.io.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start a report here. My name is Dave. I'm
It
gonna
just
start a
it's more and more reminiscent as you're bringing all this up. It's like there's got to be money here. It's almost like the government is willing to pay for external data. Maybe they really are taking it seriously and they need the data and they're not getting it because nobody's reporting it to the government because they don't take it seriously. So maybe that's why Mufon's getting involved. Maybe there's money here for even just the analytics. And they even said that in their About Us. We have analytic tools. What do you need analytic tools if you're just, creating reports? It's because you're making patterns and you're looking to sort of compile something that has a value to someone. It looks like a business more than a we want to help the public. Just my opinion.
their Twitter approach, or pardon me, their Twitter profile has 45 tweets. It's been open since November 2020. They are only following 8 people. Alejandro Rojas, who happens to be the head of research and content. This is a gentleman who claims to be a journalist, yet he's never worked for a major journalism outlet ever. He is the PR director for the SCU, the Scientific Coalition of UAP Studies. He is now part of the Enigma Labs. He was part of Open Minds TV. Let's see here. Alex Dietrich, former fighter pilot. They are following. Randy Meach, director of engineering for Maps at Snap. No idea who he is. They follow the Aero office from the Department of Defense in the U.S. We don't know who Mark Douglas is, but by his logo, he must have something to do. We're going to follow him because he has something to do with Enigma. They're following the European Space Agency and NASA. That is it. All right. But here was an interesting tweet that I want to read to you guys. Because remember, they stated that they were not part of any sort of government program. So it says here, they put this tweet out earlier today. We are excited to collaborate with groups like Aero and NASA to improve UAP reporting and scientific research. We have always been and continue to be private and independent with no government or big tech affiliations. Our user privacy and data policy, which they posted below, which is what we'll find on their website. So old Davey here with Spaced Out Radio says, have you read your tweet and the irony it's created where you say you are private and not government affiliated, yet say you're working with government organizations like Aero and NASA. If you are independent, you don't need them. You don't need the government. And in talking to sources earlier today, I can tell you that NASA, either this weekend or next weekend, plans to have a private UFO conference that will be attended by members of Galileo, including Avi Loeb, members of each branch of the United States military, and Enigma Labs. If they aren't affiliated, or even if they are collaborating with the government, that means that they are not independent. Independent has a big, big meaning. Okay, and it means that you can work with anybody like they are stating. But if you want the trust of the public, they're doing exactly what Mufon is doing. Exactly, Louis.
Yeah.
How do you trust that?
Yeah, it's hard to, especially when there's conflicting information too, and a layer of anonymity. Nothing goes against disclosure more than anonymity. That's the problem that we all are angry about. It's the fact that nobody talks and this information goes to the government and disappears forever. But if there's one positive I could take out of what you just said there, it's almost like that last report, as angry as we are with it. It did say that all these agencies are going to begin collecting more data and taking it seriously. And now we're getting, word from Mufon and Enigma that they're part of that equation. So maybe they actually are doing something. Now, my gut on this Enigma thing, it's kind of like another TTSA, but the way Lou Elizondo wanted it in the first place, without the media and Tom DeLonge, but military people, people with influence, people with government connections. It's like a sub panel. And again, because it's not directly government, black budget money can go there and they're not accountable to anyone. So it's the kind of reporting the government likes on this topic, where they don't actually have to worry about freedom of information requests on certain things, because the rules of private company, those are trade secrets. It's legal to keep those, but it's not legal to keep away, certain secrets from the public, so to speak. So I just think it's more compartmentalization. It's more shell companies, essentially. The government's very good at doing it. They don't research their own military. They have like Lockheed Martin and those other companies that can do things and don't have to report to the same level that a government does. So if there's any grain of positivity out of that, it kind of seems like that last report, maybe something actually is going on. Maybe it's not for nothing. My only question about the last report was, why the delay? It's not like they were delayed and they have all this information and that was the delay because we had so much to pack in. There's nothing in it. So why was it delayed 4 months? That's what I find strange.
Well, here's a comment from Stephen Greenstreet from the New York Post, who has been a thorn in the side of many in ufology over the last year. He puts out, "We are excited to announce that we are working with the government, but rest assured we are not working with the government."
Yeah.
Same thing we stated. Then he is quoted, "We decided early on to keep our staff anonymous. You are collaborating with and have partnership with the U.S. government regarding UFOs. Why are you keeping your identities anonymous?" Right?
Yeah, exactly.
And then another person quotes, "Is Peter Thiel funding a founder of, a leader in, or in any other way connected to Enigma Labs?" Because that's how they are allegedly getting their money to do this. I mean, here's my question to you, Louis. Do we really, really need another UFO reporting site? We have MUFON. We have Newfork. There is probably 10 or 12 out there that we could name off and rattle off that are all about UFO reporting. Do we really need another nuts and bolts reporting site? Is it worth it?
I think the public's opinion is no. The government's opinion is yes, because if reports go to MUFON, the government now has to get that from MUFON. But if the government is really behind something like Enigma, something that appears to be private, but if they really were private, they'd be making a big deal about the fact that we don't cooperate with the government. So the fact that they're alluding to that is almost so you can never go back on the government and say, hey, you didn't tell us, you were tricking us. I just think the government's created their own clandestine agency to try to get reports direct from the source. Why bother going through Mufon and all these other things? Let's just create another version of the same. If it is that prevalent, they should still get half the data that the other agencies are getting. And that's still enough to figure out patterns and all the rest. So, when you mention Thiel or whatever his last name is, it just sounds like another Bigelow. It sounds like another NIDS, had government money. Sounds like another OSAP, ATIP. Those things got blown out of the water, and they were supposed to be government programs with classification. So they're thinking of different ways of doing this where it doesn't have to come out through congressional hearings, freedom of information. The government's getting smarter. And I would, if it were me, I would be very leery of any company that it's a registered incorporation. So it's a business protected under business laws. It's not like, civil servants or public people or government people. And, the fact that they're not telling you who they are, that's a problem. And the fact that they're saying they're working with the government. So I would be very weary of these people. And even when they do show their face, it should have a good story as to why they couldn't in the first place. Otherwise, it's very suspicious.
Well, let's nitpick this for a little second here, okay? Because I do think that's important that we nitpick this a little bit. And I'm going to put this on our screen here for our live listeners to be able to potentially see this. So, Enigma Labs is no ordinary company. Our mission is to look to the skies. Well, first off, there's only one sky.
That's right.
There aren't multiple skies out there. Okay, that's just being me being a red pen. Okay, so let's continue on. Our mission is to look into the skies and gather information to solve the long-standing mystery of unidentified aerial phenomena, in brackets UAP. We are driven by curiosity and exploring the unknown. Through our analytics and social platform launching this winter, we are working to increase public awareness and acceptance of UAP sightings. We do not know where the research will lead us, but there is a chance that the findings could be perspective shifting, startling, perhaps unwelcome to some. But because of this, we have decided to put a focus on privacy, yours and ours. Well, first off, I'm going to bring up something you said already, Louis. Why does this group think that they need to be private?
Yeah.
There is no reason for their investigators to be private, for their board of directors to be private, for who works on their team to be private. There is no need for it. What are you hiding?
That's very true. The thing I don't get is just listening to you read those paragraphs, it doesn't sound like it's written in government speak. Or even in that, high-level professional speak. It sounds like somebody with a blog. It sounds like a 22-year-old kid that's just playing a game just because the sentence structure is not even that good. They're saying things, but not saying things. There's run-on sentences. Like grammatically, it's not even proper, but a lot of the content on their site. I don't know. I really don't know what to make of this. It is fairly new. I haven't had time to get all crusty and mad about it. But
we're learning together. I haven't read this either. This is brand new to me.
Yeah.
Okay. When I saw this come up, I wanted to save this for this show. So let's continue on and let's learn together with our audience. A data-driven platform. At Enigma, we aggregate individual human experiences into the world's most comprehensive searchable UAP sightings database. When we refer to data, we mean the details of accounts of objectives, time, location, shape, behavior, duration, proximity, size, witnesses, media, and sensor capture. This data is collated. I'm sure they meant to say collected, but it came out collated from official government and military reports, public NGOs, newspaper records, and personal correspondence and direct user submissions. Of the several 100,000 sightings we have aggregated, and to me, whoever's writing this has a thesaurus beside them trying to use big words.
Yeah, it's not written in normal speak. I don't know. There's something funky about it. It's like AI talk or something.
Yeah. So let's move on. Where's that aggregated word here? There it is. A portion was publicly available as raw information, uncategorized and unqueryable. Who uses unqueryable? Yeah. Lawyers don't even use unqueryable. Yeah. All right. And I think that may be misspelled. Anyways, that's my red pen. Our data engineers process these to make them intelligible and standardize the fields to match other sources, enabling comparative analytics across the entire set. Using machine learning and optical character recognition, we are also processing millions of paper and analog records that have been manually and painstakingly collected by individual researchers across the globe. We have pledged to support these researchers with ongoing efforts.
That's just a
That's
fancy
a
way of
whole.
saying you have an Excel spreadsheet with reports logged. Basically.
Ooh,
Basically.
oh, that's a slap shot to the Bales right there.
Kind
That's
of,
what
though.
that
Like
is.
they said a whole lot and said nothing. Use all the fancy words in the world to make it seem like it's a big deal. All you're saying is you have a database where you're inputting cases. They come from personal reports, military reports, and journalism. What person on Facebook and in what UFO enthusiast couldn't compile the same data? Right? We have access to all that same stuff. So where is the special sauce that these guys are bringing? Like, where's the section? Like a company would say, why us? Well, here's why you should choose us. Where's the why us for these guys? Considering there's already other avenues for this kind of thing, why them? I don't see them addressing that. Like, why should we? Where's the
Okay.
call to action?
We got less than 2 minutes. I want to go through everything here because this is getting really fun. I don't know
Yeah.
if you're having fun. I'm
I am
having fun
for
breaking
sure.
breaking this down. And we're going to have to continue this when we come back. Why safeguarding user privacy matters. Yes, because
That's to gain your confidence, so you feel safe about giving them your info. They put that on what do they call those? Like those Shopify stores. Why you should buy from us? We're safe. We don't sell your info. All that stuff.
Well,
It's just to make it look legit.
Let's burn through this. Although the stigma towards unexplained phenomena has massively diminished in the last 5 years, we recognize that there is still wariness. You don't end a sentence on wariness. We understand that people may not yet wish to associate with UAP publicly to protect their reputation and avoid other risks. There's a spectrum of potential consequences from facing social ridicule to having a sighting flagged as a mental health issue, impacting career prospects, brackets, some commercial pilots will not report to the FAA for this reason, horribly written, by the way, to concerns for physical safety. Enigma is committed to keeping people's privacy and information secure. Users who submit sightings can choose to do so pseudonymously. Pseudonymously. Really? Any medical details or street addresses mentioned are automatically redacted. Anyone who wishes can opt out to be contactable publicly or pseudonymously for further communication. I'm stunned here. Over time, our platform will implement back-end profile verification paired with front-end expertise badges. This will enable credentialization within the Enigma platform while still maintaining anonymity. You can't make this up. This is on a billionaire's website.
Yeah.
From UAP Studies Podcast, Louis Borges. We're going to continue with Enigma and breaking it all down. Wow. This is going to lead to a very interesting Dave 101 in hour number 3. Spaced Out Radio continues after this. Hold on. PSEUDO.
Yes, it's like pseudonym, so fake name or alias. But again, in common English, even in business English, you don't use words that have that many sort of conjunctions at the end.
Pseudonymously is a word.
It is a word.
It means having, using, or written under a pseudonym. Like you don't use that term in English.
You use that in a
proper
thesis.
English.
You don't use it for proper English. No, you would say, users can submit anonymously or using a pseudonym. You want to write it and speak to the type of language that the people reading it understand. This is purposely written to kind of have a higher level impression and make a lot of people not understand it. I think, I think it's to appear a certain way, but they're trying hard.
And by the way, credentialization means when employers raise the education requirements for a given job, and they say this will enable credentialization within Enigma platform.
Verification
is-
would have been a better word, a way of verifying your credentials.
Yeah. This is somebody who, and I have a feeling I know who wrote this. Okay.
Well, didn't you say Rojas is their PR guy? Isn't that on their Twitter account?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's your answer.
Right. Right. We're going to continue on with this because I think this gets funnier. Red Panda Koala, how you doing, buddy? Space Daisy, nice to see you. Yosef Yanni, good to have you. And let's see here. Who else is joining us? I'm not going to name.
I agree with
I'm not
Eric
gonna-
Markham. Look at Eric Markham's comment. Could it have been written by somebody whose first language isn't English? I agree. It sounds like AI. It sounds like a computer has taken this. You know, like there's AI programs that can write a physics paper for a university report now, right? It just sounds like it's used the alternate meanings for all the big words to appear fancy.
Yeah. It looks like somebody is trying to have lawyers speak, but they've never been a lawyer.
Exactly.
Or somebody who's pretending to be a journalist and they've never been one, but they accredited themselves with that title.
This reminds me of like a customer complaint letter. You know, as I've run a big business, sometimes people want to make it look like they're lawyers and they write all these big fancy words. Really, they have a very small complaint, but they're trying to make it seem like legal action in the language that they choose in their email, right?
But you know what bothers me about this, and I'll get more into this in the Dave 101 later on in hour 3. Okay. They're trying to build public trust. If you're rule number 101 in journalism, if you want to talk to the people, you don't try and sound smarter than them.
Yeah.
So, for instance, when I worked in sports radio, it was different than what was happening in our newsroom. Our newsroom writes differently than where I was in the sports room. Sports room, you're dealing with mostly blue-collar people who are going to be talking about tonight's game or last night's game or the trade that just happened or, you know, where you are in the standings or the rumor mill that's going on. You talk blue-collar. This is somebody who's trying to look smart.
Yeah.
Terribly written. Terribly written.
Yeah, but again, look through the words and what is actually happening. I mean, they have a meeting with NASA and the government. So regardless of how poorly written this is, they got to be somebody, something, some group of people.
Oh, true enough.
Yeah.
True enough. Okay. But you address your audience so they understand. There's no compassion here.
Yeah.
They're not saying, hey, help us out.
Yeah, that's what I don't get. Where's the call to action from the public? We need you. If we're going to find an answer to this thing, we need everybody's reports. Don't worry, your information's safe with us. Like, you would gain more trust by putting it in layman's speak, essentially, rather than try to come off very fancy. But anybody who knows that wouldn't do that. So it just seems very, very amateur. Like I said, it seems like a 20-year-old kid's blog who's or just an enthusiast with a thesaurus.
Love that word. Thesaurus or thesaurus, whatever you want to pronounce it. Tomato. You know, big thank you tonight to Science Bob, Ed Clater, Louis ×2, and Simon ×2 for the amazing super chats. It's a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. And remember, we want all of you in Las Vegas. Check out our ticker below or head to our Facebook event page for it. Here we go. We pass the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go. Once again, we have our good friend Louis Borges on from UAP Studies Podcast, and we're talking about this brand new group that is out called Enigma Labs, where they are wanting to not tell you anything. They want to keep everything private, including who they are and who you are, but they want your report. They want to be the subject of some big UFO news coming on out, and yet they want everything behind the scenes. Not very public, is it? So we've been going through their mantra here that they have written, and if you caught the last half hour, you will know that it is not written very well, considering that an alleged billionaire named Peter Thiel is the man funding this project. He has ties to Facebook, PayPal. He's worth about $4.2 billion, according to Wikipedia. Louis, welcome back.
Nice to be here. Good. Thanks for having me on. And yeah, to your point there, if you look at what you've got on your screen right now, how we will and will not monetize, that's just a bad sentence. The structure isn't right. You know what I mean? I don't know. There's something up with this site. Maybe this is a rough draft. Maybe a beta version is coming out, but my radar is going off with this whole thing, especially the anonymity part.
But this is what they posted on Twitter, saying that they weren't affiliated with a government organization, but they are working with NASA and Aero in the same tweet. This is journalism 101, dude.
Yeah, for sure.
But if somebody over there actually had a journalism degree and understood how journalism works, you wouldn't write that.
And I've heard you say before, there's two kinds of NASA, right? There's the public face of NASA, and there's the NASA behind the scenes. And anybody that's working with NASA right now, you know that there's a government connection because they're not a private entity, especially now with the AARO report. Specifically, NASA is listed, among others. The Department of Energy as well is an interesting one. But I think because of that report, there's going to be more and more collaboration with other groups. I just think the government wants to have their hands on these groups to make sure nobody goes rogue and the wrong stuff doesn't get out that they don't approve of.
Very true. Well, let's go through the have and have nots to monetization with this Enigma Labs, shall we?
Yep.
Let's do it. How we will not monetize. Well, you never start a sentence with the word because. That's proper English. Because our focus is on furthering scientific research and analysis, we have made deliberate decisions about monetization. We will not monetize third parties' historical UAP sightings data. All sightings data, historical and new, will be free and available to the public to query. Okay. Enigma will never sell users' personal data to advertising or social networks. Notice it does not say anything to the government.
Yeah, or any other agency for that matter.
Absolutely. That's a red flag. That is a red flag. All right. Hopefully it's in the privacy later on. How we will monetize. To ensure our long-term independence and viability as an organization, we intend to generate revenue. Our business model will continue to evolve, but for now, we are focused on paid premium features. We hope that a subset of our users and contributors will opt into paying for the features they find valuable to support our work. So basically what they are is they're building a private group behind the scenes that will be, you'll need a login name and a password, and you'll get to see other reports and maybe a few photos or whatever they can jive off you. All right. Privacy of our team. For similar reasons as protecting our users, we have decided early on to keep our staff anonymous. We follow in the footsteps of UAP researchers who we admire for their lifelong dedication to the topic. Really, was Stanton Friedman or Richard Dolan or Linda Moulton Howe or Jim Mars or Grant Cameron or Steve Bassett or Victor Vigiani or Lorian Fenton or Melinda Leslie silent?
Yep. Not scared to talk either and put their name out.
What about J. Allen Hynek or Jacques Vallée? I don't see their names being silent.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. Next sentence. We follow in the footsteps of UAP researchers who we admire for their lifelong dedication to the topic. Many have had to endure ridicule and online heckling. A few researchers have even faced stalkers and the harassment of their families. Yet we are still at the beginning of UAP research, or we are still at the beginning. UAP research is going to explode in coming years. Very professional sentence there. No matter what Enigma and others learn, the findings may be unwelcome to some and provoke pushback. It is possible that we may reveal advanced technology operated by a private group or discover something extraordinary about the fabric of reality. History is littered with religious and other belief groups reacting negatively to leaps in science, and there is no reason to believe UAP science will be different. Why bring in the religious card? That means absolutely nothing to the subject.
Yeah.
In a world that is, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're just basically saying we know there's going to be pushback because this has happened in the past, and they're using the most sort of recognizable version of that. If something spiritually impacted us profoundly, there would be pushback against it. So I think the church is just an easy target in their eyes.
Right. I like what Eugene is saying in our chat room right now. Okay, and Eugene's an educated man.
Yeah,
and
if you can't write and spell.
He is saying if you can't grammatically write and spell your own business promo or have someone do it perfectly, that's very bad. LOL.
Yeah.
I agree with you. So let's continue with this this schmozzle of words. Can we use the word schmozzle here?
I think you just did.
Okay. In a world that is rapidly trending towards anonymous work, now let's click on that link. We'll see where that goes in a second.
Look at Search and Destroy in your chat room there. On LinkedIn, Rojas states he's running the Enigma website, basically. So he's pretty open about the fact that this is his work.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Once again, this is what self-titling gets you.
Yeah.
Okay. There are a few advantages to being openly identified. Some we chose to minimize the surface area of our exposure to unknown unknowns. So basically what you're saying is you are afraid to bring out your team.
Right.
Because you're afraid that you might get a little bit of backlash, the way Lou Elizondo or Chris Mellon has. You're afraid of the few and not supporting the many. You're not giving us anything. Staying focused. Moreover, when it comes to tech press, the focus is often on the innovator rather than the innovation. The cult of founders is not helpful. What does that even mean?
Yeah.
The cult of founders is not helpful. We prefer to work hard as a group of talent instead of thinking about individual recognition. The stakes of our mission are too high for distraction. Stakes of your mission? You're collecting UFO data. Come on. You're not putting a rocket on the moon. You're not TTSA. You're not TTSA trying to build a fake rocket that's going to go at light speed. All right. The longevity of our mission is critical, and our privacy protocols are designed to mitigate risk to our employees and partnerships over the long term. Why are you afraid to talk about your partnerships if you want personal data?
Yeah.
Okay. If you want my data, I want to know who you're working for. Where is my information going? What's the protection to me?
Mm-hmm.
Our attention is on what matters, reducing stigma, educating the public, improving our users' experience, and enriching the data. We will be thrilled to share our findings and potential scoops with journalists in coming months. We ask that our need for privacy is respected as we build the destination for discovering the unknown. We appreciate your ongoing support and excitement for the mission. This isn't a military mission here. There is no mission. You guys are trying to create, or Enigma is trying to create, another Mufon. That's what they're trying to do. The difference between Mufon is Mufon has history, Enigma has billions of dollars. that they are going to try and crowdfund so that way they could collect more money. Now, I know a couple of journalists who have been approached by Enigma, and I'm not going to say who they are. I'm going to keep that private, but I know they were offered a lot of money to join Enigma, and they turned it down because journalistic integrity was more important than the money.
Yeah, good for them. That's a rare quality that a lot of people don't have. But the thing that keeps popping out to me is if Mr. Rojas is acknowledging that he's running all this, that's not very secretive. If you have a whole site dedicated and 15 paragraphs about we're not telling you who we are, and yet in their personal life, they're like, oh yeah, I'm doing this. It just seems bizarre. Like it's just not rubbing me right.
Here's something weird. I clicked on this link where it says, in a world that is rapidly, and then there's a link, trending towards anonymous work. I clicked on that. It goes to the New York Times article about cryptocurrency. Why?
This is like a poorly managed blog. I don't know what else to say. It's not
like you can't even get in there. You can't even get into the link because the New York Times wants you to subscribe to their paper.
Yeah.
Who does that? Who does that?
It looks amateur. It definitely looks amateur. I like how the globe spins on the homepage, though. That is kind of cool.
That is very nice.
Yeah,
Let's give credit.
Flash
on their website. Cool. But I mean, Louis, there is nothing impressive here.
No.
This, in fact, reading all of this to our audience, I don't know how you feel, but there is no way that I would feel comfortable giving my personal information to this.
Or recommending anybody else do it either, right? Not with that many red flags. There's something going on. And why now? If somebody was trying to emerge into this market for that reason, transparency would be the way to go. Hey, you haven't heard of us before. Here's who we are. We're coming into this game late, but we got a bunch of cool tools. Like it would be kind of like a Rob Freeman World Explorer type thing where he's like, I got 9 cameras no one else is using, and I'm catching cool stuff. So we'd be on board, but it's like, don't insult our intelligence. I think the UFO community knows better, and good for you for bringing up this topic and at least putting the word out that we're not saying it's bad, but just keep your eyes about you. Like pay attention. That's the motto of our show, our UAP Studies Podcast. Are you paying attention? So
absolutely. And you know what? I was one of the first ones to come out and say to our audience, do not support the TTSA. Let's sit back, watch what they do. And then as the red flags started coming out, there was absolutely no way I could ever support them. And I took a lot of heat on social media about it. Heat like they were talking about in this article. I took a lot from that pro-TTSA crowd, especially on Twitter, because they were all about Tom DeLonge being the new god of ufology. And now he's back to Blink 182 to recoup his losses from his divorce and the Stars Academy. And God bless him.
That's the thing with this field. Like charlatans are getting snuffed out pretty quick. And that's a good thing. Anybody that's been doing this, you mentioned Linda Moulton Howe and some of the other great names, they've taken the abuse from the hecklers and they're still standing. So that's how you know they're legit, because they would have fallen apart by now because it's such an aggressive field and people know their stuff. If you misquote something, somebody's going to let you know. And I'm sure you've had that happen too. You say the wrong word and they're like, it's phenomena, not phenomenon. And yeah, okay. In that context, you're 100% right. Sorry about that. So people are checking. They check us and they're checking all these people. So hiding behind the scenes, I get it. You don't want to have people threaten your family, but what are you so worried? Linda Moulton Howe's not worried people are going to threaten her family. Neither is George Knapp or all these other people, Richard Dolan. So what are you in possession of that's so, scary or so important that you can't tell us who you are? It just seems like a lot of ego behind the typewriter, so to speak.
Well, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. There is nothing on this that makes me feel comfortable, from the way it is written until the way it is brought forward. You know, I mean, I do not, I don't feel comfortable, Lou.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest with you. I do not feel comfortable, and I'm being a little shy and coy right now because I do want to go through a lot of this on my Dave 101 that comes in on hour number 3. You know, so I'm going to turn it over to you. How do you feel about it overall?
Like, again, if it was a group of people coming forward that's saying, we're going to investigate and look at all the data, you'd say, all right, cool. Whether they want to be anonymous or not, that's up to them. But the fact that they're asking for your personal stories, and when you interview people that have had encounters, abductions, all the rest, that is like the most sensitive thing that's ever happened to them in their life. So you're asking people to give you their ultimate vulnerability, and you want to hide behind a cloak of, oh, don't worry, you can trust us. I think it's a bunch of BS. I think if your gut's telling you something, you got to listen to it. I don't have a good feeling about that. Again, maybe that's just a site to have something. I've built websites before. Sometimes you just have stuff there so that you can launch it and get it indexing and all the rest. And then you go back and change it. But you don't officially launch your product or your brand or advertise that site until you have it letter perfect. So the fact that they've been around a couple of years, like you said, but we're just hearing about them now. Well, why? Normally when you launch something, you talk about it right away. You want people to know, hey, we're new. Come check it out. Why was it quiet for so many years? And now they're like, hey, we're taking the world by storm. There's just a lot more questions than answers when it comes to that, in my opinion.
I can understand Peter Thiel wanting to remain private. Okay. Bob Bigelow was very private, even though we all knew he would still give the odd interview. But everybody knew that he was the head of NIDS and he was the head of BASS and so on and so forth. I can understand if the board of directors wants to be quiet on this, but why do the investigators need to be quiet? Why does everything need to be anonymous here? You know, if I pull up LinkedIn, let's do some basic journalism here, because, you know, we're definitely not dealing with journalism at Enigma Labs here.
Yeah.
Okay. And if I go to LinkedIn and I type in Enigma Labs, 3 people show up. Somebody named Patrick C., who is the CTO at Enigma Labs. All right. He hasn't posted lately, been there since November 2020, has a whole 1 endorsement from LeVar Burton. No, that's his interest. Sorry. Let's see his skills. Software-defined radio, extract, transform, load, ETL, production design, and GraphQL. That's his skills. Very basic. Only one thing on his profile. All right. He has 3 mutual connections to me. Kevin Wright, Communications and Public Affairs. Don't know where he works. Ryan Graves, fighter pilot, ex-fighter pilot, and journalist from the debrief, Tim McMillan. So that is one person. Second on LinkedIn is your good friend, Alejandro Rojas, who is current head of research and content at Enigma Labs. And then a gentleman from Mexico City.
Did you say research and content? That means he's doing everything on that website. Yes. Research, content, PR. That's 3 different social media sites where he has a different title for each. So it's basically his website. It's his creation.
Yes, I'll give you that one. So then the third one is a gentleman named Javier Andres Muro Reyes. And pardon my Spanish if I did not get that correctly. He's from Mexico City, technical support engineer at Nokia, and content creator at Enigma Labs. Now, I apologize that I am not fluent in Spanish, so I cannot read his activity or his bio, and I apologize about that. Been with Enigma Labs as a content creator for 11 months and worked for Fixed Network Global Technical Support MQ Technologies as big data consultant, and network professionals, Iris Networks, all in Mexico City. That's it. 3 people come up for Enigma Labs. That's it. Now, if you click on the company of Enigma Labs, which this LinkedIn profile is once again, apparently it has 9 employees. We click on that. We get Patrick C. again. We get Alejandro Rojas, a lady named Tara Tang, who is a virtual assistant in New York, Charlie H., who is a marketing and community developer, Mallory Croft, head of people at Enigma Labs. So basically, she is your what do they call those people?
HR.
Alex Smith, founder at Enigma Labs. We are hiring. Roland L., VP of Engineering. Sarah Johnson, head of growth at Enigma Labs. And Yana L., product design.
What product?
I don't know. But let's click on Alex Smith, because I'm gonna hit the old connect button with him. All right. I'm pending now. Hasn't posted lately. He's also part of the weather company and IBM business. Well, that's interest. Has nothing besides Enigma. Very plain profile.
And they all have weird backgrounds. And I shouldn't say weird backgrounds, but nothing that would stand out as UAP expert. They're just regular HR people, content, website guy, graphics guy. Where's the product here, you know?
Where's the investigators?
Yeah, where's the investigators? Exactly.
Do you not need investigators in order to investigate the reports that you're going to be asking to come in?
Well, did they say they were going to investigate reports, or they're collecting data through their analytic program?
Oh, very true.
I only got overwhelming in the verbiage, the very crazy verbiage. The message I got was, we have a fancy way to collect data, and we're going to release some cool stuff in the future. Didn't say anything about investigating or taking a Mufon type approach. It's just like, give us your stuff. We're doing good things with it. That's all I get out of it.
We have less than a minute to go here. Louis, I want to say thank you for coming on and joining us talking about Enigma, Mufon, and the UN tonight. Big show with you. Tell everybody where they can find the UAP Studies Podcast.
Yeah, everywhere you go, whether it's YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google, UAP Studies Podcast, or go to uapstudiespodcast.com. All of our links are there. All of our shows are there. And we got some pretty big names coming up in the near future. Gary Nolan, Andrew Collins. We've got Jeremy Ray, a bunch of other people, and a few we can't quite mention yet. So it's going to be an amazing year. Thank you to all of a lot of your supporters have become friends of ours, subscribe to our page, and we do appreciate the support. I think the first time we were on, we had less than 1,000 subscribers, and now we're at 3,000, and that was only in a few months. So thank you, everybody who is kind of a joint friend of SOR and UAP Studies. We like your content, and we appreciate it.
That's what teamwork does. Louis Borges from UAP Studies. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp. Then we got Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. And then it's Dave 101 night. Tonight, Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Stay tuned. All right, buddy. That was a good show.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we actually I think accomplished a lot. I think we opened up some eyes tonight. I really do believe that.
Yeah, and everybody is very sorry, somebody's like, yo, Louis, answer my question in chat if you see me. Grandmaster UV. I see you, bro. I see you. What's your question?
That's the Gong Show. That's the Gong Show.
What is it? Ask him the question. Ask him the question. Ask him if he thinks UFOs, how UFOs operate, electronic control, magnetism, kinetic force. I think it's like a bubble. They create a bubble in our physics that's because otherwise, how does a craft move at like 25,000 miles an hour? It would kill anything in it. So either it's a drone, a lot of times doing the really fast maneuvers. Because I think a lot of people that see the UFO close up, it's very slow. It's not doing Mach 5,000. So either it's a drone doing those crazy speeds, or it creates some kind of a little bubble field where it doesn't matter how fast you go because the physics aren't actually impacting the object.
Right.
That's my opinion on how they move. Now, whether that's with, an engine, anti-gravity, your guess is as good as mine. But
I'll be right back, Lou. You can keep talking if you want.
yeah. So appreciate the question there, Grandmaster. Let's see what else we got in the chat room here. If anybody else has questions, feel free. I'm just killing time here before I go check on my little baby upstairs. Search and Destroy, great show. Thank you, sir or ma'am. Appreciate that. What else have we got here? Nice work. You'll have to return. Thank you, Eugene. America's most experienced mystic. I've been on a few times now. Dave's a friend. I've been with UAP Studies about a year. So anytime I can chat about my favorite topic, it's a good night. So Dave called me on short notice tonight. So I bailed him out. Obi Flat. Thank you, Louie. Thank you. Appreciate the love. Thank you, Jessica S. What else we got? Louie was on point. Again, thanks, Eugene. Grandmaster answered your question. UAP Studies rocks. Thank you, Tim Othman. Tony D, thank you, sir. Search and Destroy, thank you. Dogface, thank you, sir. Random Guy, never seen you before. You speak very well. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. What else do we got here? Last minute of heaven, Louis on take. Just a second. Drop chat for a second. Smash that like button if you want Dave show more. Yeah, subscribe, everybody. Dave's a good guy. We all are victims of the algorithms of YouTube. So the more subscribers you have, the more times it'll offer your episodes to other people. So, and for any of you that are interested in UAP Studies Podcast, just search for us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. I think we've got 45 or 50 videos. In every description is a link to our Spotify, and we've done 115 episodes, one per week for the last 2 years. So our whole library is out there. Feel free to check it out. And yeah, you can message us too. Go to our website, uapstudiespodcast.com. Hit send message. I get them. Jason gets them. We answer every single question. So what else do we got in the chat room here? Thank you, Louis Borges, for your time, insight, and commentary. Thank you, Grandizer 12, Grandizier, something like that. Doug Shelby, thank you, sir. Beachy, who else do we got? Apparently we have some sugar britches. Sorry. That's what I meant. Hello, sugar britches. How was meeting Valet? It was awesome. Super. This is Red Panda Koala. Jacques Valet is one of the most humble people I've ever spoken to. We chatted with him for 20 minutes before and like an hour after the show. He is the real deal. I can't say humble enough. And Jacques Valet, for me, if there was one person, if I was on a desert island or I had one wish left on the planet, you got to ask one person a question about anything, who would it be? It would be Jacques Valet. So I'm 100% a fan for sure. Let's see. Somebody's talking about Dave Paulides. Yeah, and I think Dave Paulides, or Paulides, however you pronounce it, he's got a new series out. We've actually reached out to him, so we'll see what he says. I like how you guys dressed up. Thank you, Red Panda. This has become kind of our uniform at UAP Studies. We wear suit jackets now. We kind of like it. Our guests seem to like it. So Bob Davis, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Again, thank you, Eugene.
My crowd loves you, Louis.
Yeah, man. You got some really polite people. Thank you, Beachy. Louis is very intelligent. I appreciate that. Louis, any plans on focusing on the alien species themselves? Yeah, they're welcome to land on my lawn anytime. I've never actually seen a full-blown UFO or had an experience. I do have some anomalous lights on camera that lasted about 45 minutes. And oddly enough, it was in a windstorm where they grounded all the flights. So go figure. But yeah, I would love to focus on species themselves. It's just tough. You have guys like Tom Reed that were abducted by mantids and no way of validating it.
Keith Andrews or Craig Campobasso. They both have books out of alien species. Hit me up and I'll get you their contact name.
If you could interview 3 deceased people from UFO history, who would be? Stanton Friedman, John Mack. Who would number 3 be?
Jim Mars?
Yeah, definitely Jim Mars. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly would have been Jim Mars.
All right, buddy. I got about 30 seconds here. I'm going to have to let you go.
All
Thank
right,
you
thanks
for
again.
filling in on short notice, bud. Fantastic
Anytime.
job tonight.
Anytime.
You take
Love
care.
you guys. Take care.
Take care. Louis Borges from UAP Studies Podcast. How awesome is he? Thank you for our super chatters tonight. Bob, Ed, Louis ×2, Simon ×2, Red Panda, and Candy. Appreciate the love. We want to see you all in Las Vegas, May 19th through 21st for our second annual fan party. Check the ticker below on our YouTube screen for more information. Let's go. Here it comes.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Lives, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Iambographer. Iambographer is your password. Nobody knows what it means, but the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I've always looked to the paranormal side of things to be mostly plausible. However, I've experienced things here and there since I was a kid that I'm confident can't be explained by science or illusion, but only as something otherworldly. Although nothing I've experienced has ever been necessarily disturbing, they have given me a lot to think about. One of these was the most personal and long-lasting experiences I've ever had, and this took place in May of 2014. Just as some background context, I live in Central Florida. Since it is a very touristy state, of course, towns and other areas like to try and brush over the dark history and even erase it by building over top of it, trying to rewrite the narrative around it to be harmless and seemingly squeaky clean. In reality, Florida is the most southern state you can get. The Klan, Manifest Destiny, Civil War battles and skirmishes, Native American tribe displacement and eradication. Well, I guess you could say attempted eradication because obviously the Seminoles are the only unconquered people, but I digress. If you ask the right people, some of the popular tourist attractions around me will tell you the truth about the atrocities there. So yes, it's likely that most of this state has some activity. At the time, I was in the 7th grade, and throughout the year, I had heard about my friend Bryce, who lived out on the beach in a 4-story house. He had the entire attic and top floor to himself. The beach would be another 250 yards out from his house, and next to his house was an empty lot followed by an old graveyard, then apartments and housing. The headstones mostly faced towards the beach, but its entrance was towards the street behind it. I believe this graveyard was one of two things, but I can't remember for sure. It was either formerly a slave graveyard from Civil War times that turned into a segregated graveyard until the 1900s, somewhere between 1900 and 1909, or a Native American graveyard from the displacement projects or wars in the 1810s to 1850. I'm leaning towards the latter though, because I've never been able to find out more about this graveyard. Bryce had told me about one night he couldn't sleep or something of the sort, and he looked out his window into the pitch black night to see a set of blue, glowing eyes looking at him from the graveyard. I would like to know what time of night it was. This had likely happened because the graveyard was in the process of being built over. They were laying foundations and uprooting the graves. They were just removing the headstones for most of it, though. They weren't even actually taking the bodies or the bones and moving them, just the stones. Bryce was also a bit naive, but I never got the impression from him that he'd lie about something like this. I was intrigued and wanted to see it for myself. I finally got my chance on May 14th of 2014 on the last day of actual non-examined field school. When we went on a field trip to a local theme park and ended the day having a party on the beach at Bryce's house. During this party, I made sure to get him to take me over to the side so I could go see it. He left me for a while. I looked at it and took out my for emergencies hand-me-down phone and took some pictures, as I had seen others do online. I truly regret to this day trespassing onto it and looking at these gravestones remaining. But my 13-year-old self didn't think that nothing could happen, you know? During the time I was taking these pictures, I did notice some people walking by on the street, but I'm sure no one was there by the time I took the pictures and left. I didn't see anyone at the time and went about the party, but when I got home and looked over the pictures, I found that there were 3 pictures that I took that clearly had a couple of people in them standing near the front of the gates. From the lower quality images, I could just barely make out that they looked like Native Americans. They were definitely from the Seminole tribe, which was the leading band of Native Americans who fought during those years previously stated in the beginning of the story. I always planned to move those pictures to a different phone over the last 8 years, but only a few weeks ago, back in November, did I remember about these at all. I guess I deleted these pictures or lost them sometime along the way, and of course I know this cliche, but just know they weren't anything special, but I had a weird and genuine, strange experience in a graveyard.
And that's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, taking us on a journey each and every night for, for the spookiness all involved. We love him around here. You can listen to him to kick off hour number 3 each and every night here on Spaced Out Radio. And you can also listen to thousands of stories just like that for free by going to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. From the swamp to the forests, it's time for Super Duke and World Bigfoot Radio to come in for the Crypted Report. Super Duke, the Crypted Report with Super Duke. Such an impressive and imaginative intro music there. I wonder who created that. That's just awesome. I don't know why. It makes me laugh every time, man.
Some like really audio maniac. See this, you got to keep El Obni Volador out of the studio so these things don't happen.
I hear you there. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. It's good to have you back, my friend, even though it is an abbreviated one just till the bottom of the hour, but we're always loving it when you're here.
Thanks, Dave. Always having a blast when I'm here, and I'm looking forward to your "You dang aliens, get off my yard" show coming up here after the bottom of the hour. Dave 101. They're always spectacular. You almost need to have some kind of a space helmet on or something so that your head doesn't actually explode during one of these things.
Oh, very true. Very, very true, my friend. It's scary. It is scary. Let me tell you. Believe you me, you never know what you're going to get. You are never going to know what you're going to get.
Yes, but it's always going to be very entertaining and very informative. So everybody should always make sure to catch them. And just in case Dave's head actually explodes on camera, you should be here on YouTube watching.
Oh, very true. Very true. What do you got for us story-wise tonight? You were deep into the woods just a couple of nights ago.
Well,
here you are again.
Continue on with more from the de facto Sasquatch and the military encounters with Sasquatch. And tonight we're going to be centering our attention on the Marines running into them. So, the kings of bad buttery themselves, they can, take out an armored battalion with a can opener. And what happens when they run into the Sasquatch? The ASA Monster Marine Corps Base, Quantico, Virginia. The Dumfries, Virginia Potomac News of January 17, 1977, published a long article about the Sasquatch that contained the statement, "Much has been written about the monster at the ammunition storage area," that's the ASA, at Quantico Marine Corps Base. But then the report doesn't say what. There's a reference to one Marine claiming to have seen a brown thing walking on two legs, and another reporting something that looked like a cross between an ape and a bear, covered with very long hair. Several people had apparently heard loud screaming. Quote, we called the ammunition storage area sergeant of the guard to determine whether there had been any more sightings or sounds in the area, but we're told that all that information regarding the ASA monster is considered classified. When asked why that is so, the guard answered that he was not allowed to answer that question either. He later said the information is not really classified, but everyone at the compound has been ordered not to talk about the monster at all. Following the upload of the ASA monster onto Bigfoot Encounters website, a reader wrote the following note with a deeply interesting comment. And here it is. My older brother, when he was alive, was a veteran of the Korean War conflict, and the Marines on Pork Chop Hill, where 240 of those men were killed and nearly 900 wounded. About the ammo dump at Quantico, the story reminded me of a comment my brother made a couple of times about there being some sort of monsters, plural, that hung around on, the base of Quantico that everyone said had blue eyes. I thought that might be of interest to you. And this was from Dunstan 109 in Wisconsin. And from Smitty at Marine Corps Combat Development Command at Quantico, Virginia, the statement, I haven't seen Scaly Harry around, but I hear talk that he shows up now and then. No big deal, ma'am. The Marines here consider Scary Harry part of the landscape. The GCBRO, which is a Georgia Crypted Bigfoot research organization, posted a much older report indicating a long history of Bigfoot sightings in and around the Quantico installation. This one occurred at night between 2400 and 0300 hours. The informant told Mary Green about this, that he was on guard duty walking his post when he was alerted by his dog to a noise in the woods. At first, the soldier thought it was a bear with long brown hair on its body, but then he started to walk away upright after he put a round in the chamber of his M1 rifle. The creature was described as 7 foot tall, seemed to not be disturbed at all by the dog barking, but clearly reacted to the sound of the rifle bolt. 1990 sighting, again, Marine Corps Base, Quantico, Virginia. Also in 2007, the AIBR reported on their website a 1990 late night Bigfoot sighting on the organization's website. The incident was also recorded at Marine Corps Base, Quantico, Virginia. Bob and Kathy Strain summarized a 3-hour-long interview with the informant. Dan, their synopsis is picked up here. Dan said Dan was at the base for a week-long training at the end of July. The terrain is rolling hills and woodlands. The event happened the second night of training. They had not been to the location yet, nor did they go back. Dan and 5 other men, including the instructor, began the night on patrol. Around 2 to 3 a.m., the men moved very quietly into the area, communicating only with hand signals. They stopped and sat in a 360, i.e. all the men form a circle with their backs to each other, giving themselves a 360-degree view of the surroundings. Dan was on the first watch. The other men dozed. The first growl occurred after a man in the patrol moaned. Because he thought it was a bear and wanted to see it, Dan stood up and took 3 or so steps toward the sound. This put him about 20 feet from the animal. Probably due to Dan's movements toward it, the animal stood up and he could see its silhouette in the available moonlight. Dan doesn't remember the exact moon phase, but it was a cloudless night and there was enough moonlight available to see the face of the person next to you and the hand signals from the rest of the group. According to internet records, the moon phase for the date, range, year, and location put the moon at about close to full. On average, the moon rose at about 11:53 and set as late as 10 a.m. the next morning. So, continue on to the report. Dan himself was a huge guy, 270 pounds, and stands 6'5". It was clear to him, based on its size and shape, that it was no bear. At this point, he could see that it stood up on its 2 legs and it had a pointed head. Its arms hung down below its knees. Its hands were the size of dinner plates. The report stated the Sasquatch stared angrily at the informant, and as it did, it swayed back and forth. Then it roared again. Dan could feel the vibrations from the sound in his chest. The report goes on to describe how the Sasquatch, quote, slapped its right hand hard against a nearby pine tree using only one hand. Dan was unclear what happened after the slap, but after a short pause, the tree snapped and fell toward him. The witness told the Strains he was unclear if the Sasquatch broke the tree by the slap by pushing it or by breaking it with one hand. Only one hand was used. The tree was taller than the Sasquatch and about 6 to 8 inches in diameter. The report also stated the creature was about 8.5 feet tall. The informant, Dan Buchanan, was also known as Squatch Commando. He was a Marine Corps veteran who encountered Bigfoot while training at Quantico. His life was cut short by a driver who didn't see him in August 2007. And sadly, Dan was only 41 years old. On to the U.S. Marine Corps Mountain Warfare Training Center in Mono County, Bridgeport, California. Butch Young was a very young 19 years old when he was sent to the Marine Warfare Training Center, the MWTC, near Mono Lake, located at California's desolate Sierra Nevada mountain range, which is one gigantically huge, long mountain range, by the way. It is one of the Marine Corps' most remote and isolated posts. The center was established during the 1950s as the Cold Weather Battalion with the mission of providing cold weather training for replacement personnel bound for Korea, during that conflict. Young was sent to an area called Pickle Meadows, south of the lake, there to learn how to fight, how to conduct himself in combat, how to survive, engage, meet the enemy head-on in freezing, snowy wilderness conditions, and etc. Young thought he was prepared for the wilderness training. Mono Lake is extremely remote, and the setting is one of dense forests. One cold and freezing night, Young and his squad were on patrol during a nighttime war game. It was cold, deep snow on the ground at an elevation of 8,000 feet. The moon was out, and you could see quite clearly. It was almost like daylight with the moon and starlight reflecting off the snow. Then it happened quickly and suddenly. The men spotted what they thought were the opposing squad members advancing off to their right. Young could see two looming figures. One of them was crouched and the other was standing upright. But the dark figures did not act like Marines on maneuvers. How they acted defied any action of a trained Marine in the woods. In fact, the dark figures were not trying to avoid and conceal themselves. Behavior of the two didn't make sense to the two Young. Confused, the squad strained to get a better look. They could see no weapons, no clothing, or anything that would indicate what Marines wear on maneuvers. The moon lit them up just enough to see fingers on their hands some 30 yards away. Young figured that it had to be a pretty big hand to distinguish fingers that far away. It took a while before the Marines realized what they had seen. The next morning, the squad learned that the opposing squad team that they were hunting was actually 2 kilometers away. They weren't even in the neighborhood. So then, what was it the squad encountered? Young wondered what they had seen so high up in the timberline. Finally, they began to realize what they had all encountered was 2 Bigfoot watching them advance up the hill that night.
Oh, wow.
And just like the Bigfoot got the drop on the Rangers on Tuesday, same kind of thing. These guys are super well trained in this stuff, and they just walk up on them like, you suck. Aberdeen Proving Grounds, Maryland. Mark Opsasnik, author of the Maryland Bigfoot Digest, wrote about the Harewood Park monster in 1976. Over time, research has amassed a string of sightings in that region. Briefly, one story was about 3 boys aged 16 and 17 who testified they saw a bad-smelling, hair-covered 8-foot Bigfoot 3 consecutive nights in a row near Harewood Park in Baltimore County, Maryland. It was initially investigated and written up by S. Drover and Bernard Brown in the Info Journal, Volume 7, Number 6, page 4. Then in May of 1976, the Richard Stewart family saw what was called the Harewood Park monster while they were clearing brush. It was reported in the News American on May 27, 1976. And to the author's knowledge, nothing much has been written about the Harewood Park monster since the 1970s until 2010 when someone wrote to them through the website. In that email, the writer suggested the missing people in that region could be attributed to what once were several Bigfoot-like creatures being held at a U.S. Army facility in Aberdeen, Maryland. The suggestion being that one or more of the captive Bigfoot broke loose at one time. I responded to the letter writer, but could never get a second response. I filed it away and forgot about it. Then in 2011, I received another letter, apparently from a different soldier. The fellow was searching for some update or other information on the Harewood Park monster. Unfortunately, I didn't have the answer the man was looking for, but I discovered with the help of Maryland residents Chuck Prawl and Jay Jackson that Harewood Park sits across the bay from Aberdeen Proving Grounds. And Aberdeen Proving Grounds is a United States Army facility located in Hartford County, Maryland. It's a secretive test, evaluation, research, and development engineering installation, long considered the best of its kind in the world. Jay Jackson, a chemical engineer in civilian life for Kodak, had been stationed there at one time. How is this related to Bigfoot on the Harewood Park Monster? The informant said he was at one time part of the security detail at Aberdeen and was friends with a cook on the base. He and the cook often drank together off duty. It was during one of these drinking sessions that the cook told him what the off-limits area of the base had living there. Quote, 20 years ago, I was a snot-nosed kid and the monsters were things, I couldn't imagine. In the letter, he asked, is it possible the Harewood Park Monster is something that escaped from Aberdeen Proving Grounds? I'm not military, so I was unsure about any of this. All I can publish is what was written to me. Continuing on, the informant stated, quote, I met another security guard that worked there at APG, the Aberdeen Proving Grounds, who said they had something like a Bigfoot living there. Referencing the Harewood Monster, the guard said, nothing else was ever heard of the Bigfoot escapee after the military swept the woods. At least we never heard anything. The informant believed a Bigfoot could have followed the railroad tracks by traveling further west, could have survived by eating out of dumpsters and dog food dishes, that sort of thing. There are one or more instances where Bigfoot have been observed eating from dumpsters, not necessarily near military facilities. Texas, Oklahoma, Washington State, Alaska, Alabama, and California, as well as Canada, all have reports of Bigfoot pillaging dumpsters, also known as dumpster diving. A week later, I discovered Harewood Park is a community next to the railroad tracks in Baltimore County, across the river from Hartford County, Maryland. It's only about 5 miles to Aberdeen Proving Grounds, where the creature was thought to be housed and held in a barred, secure, cage-like enclosure. After it escaped, the soldier's theory is, it's quite possible that the Sasquatch traveled several more miles following the railroad tracks, where it was reportedly seen eating from dumpsters at a grocery store. I waited for more information from the security guard at the APG, but sadly it never came. Figuring he used a fictitious name, I forgot about the entry. Still, I had a feeling that there might be more to the story than I knew. I discussed the case with Chuck Prawl because of his familiarity with that region in Maryland. Excuse me. And he postulated that Sasquatch could also swim across the bay and may not have taken to the railroad tracks at all. Sasquatch is reportedly a great swimmer. Well, we know that. And for me, this story was hard to imagine. I can report what comes to me, but I know little about the core military operations and secrecy therein. If there's more to the story, she had not heard it. And I don't think we have time to go on to another one here.
No, we got about 30 seconds left, my friend, with you tonight on the Crypted Report. Super Duke, tell everybody where they can find World Bigfoot Radio.
You can find World Bigfoot Radio and World Bigfoot Central on YouTube, Rumble, Odyssey, BitChute, and Bright Eon. My support groups are World Bigfoot TV and Montana Bigfoot Project on Facebook, and World Bigfoot Central on the MeWe platform. Come on over and visit.
We love you around here, Super Duke. Thank you so much for just another wonderful story on the Cryptid Report. You are one of the best for a reason, and that's why we got you here, my friend. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Dave. Always a blast being here. Love your audience. You guys are great.
Coming up next, time to get off my lawn. Dave 101 time. And I'm going to tell you how I feel about this Enigma. And it's not too good. Spaced Out Radio continues for the final half hour next. Super Duke, Super Duke.
Super Dave.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes I catch myself in the shower. Super Duke, Super Duke. No, I'm teasing.
Super Dave, he's so brave. Saw Bigfoot didn't run away. And his friend and his son. And those two, they also didn't run. Look out! Here comes Super Dave.
All right, I'm going to get to Atlantis' Found's question. Have you heard anything about aliens showing up this year with a date? No, the closest date that I heard was, and it was only in a year, which was 2025, and then sometime between 2025 and 2060. That's when I heard it.
Because it takes
Now,
a while.
whether that's true or not,
it takes a while for the invasion fleet to get here from that other nearby star.
Yep. They forgot to make a left turn at Albuquerque. You know how it goes.
Yeah, they're over by the Dog Star somewhere taking a whiz. All right, I'm going to get out of here so that I can go get on my other computer and watch your awesome cranky complaining about UFO. And
you know what I love about our chat room now? Every time you walk in, everybody's super duke, super duke.
It's all your damn fault, Dave.
It is my fault, and I'm taking credit for that. I am totally taking
I
credit
will
for that.
totally get even yet. You watch.
Mm-hmm. Next time you have me on my show, on your show, all of a sudden I'm going to break out the Super Duke theme song.
Yeah, right. We'll see about that.
Uh-huh.
Get off my lawn, you dang aliens. Love you guys.
You son of a gun. Get off my lawn. God, I love Super Duke. Excuse me. Random guy. Likes to eat chicken thighs. You haven't heard a real joke until you get drunk with a reptilian. That's funny. That is funny. Good old Super Duke. Good old Super Duke. Super Duke. Super Duke. All right. I'm just getting ready for the news here as well. Robo, thank you so much for adding to the super chat tonight, my friend. Appreciate that. It's awesome. A beautiful super sticker. Random guy will be in Vegas for party time. By the way, if you want to meet Random Guy, he'll be at our Vegas party, hanging on out. I'm not going to tell you who he is. You got to figure out Random Guy yourself. Eugene Braxton's coming to Vegas. Yeah. It's going to be fun. We got about 35 seconds. Science Bob will be in Vegas. Eric Markham will be in Vegas. Pam Smith will be in Vegas. Thank you to our super chatters, Science Bob, Ed Louie ×2, Simon ×3, Red Panda, Candy, and Robo. Appreciate your support and love. Want to see you all in Vegas, May 19th to 21st at the Golden Nugget for the second annual fan party. We're going to have fun. Here we go. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate it. I want to remind you that if you've missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again where I tell each and every one of you to get off my lawn. It is time for the Dave 101.
It's time for Dave 101.
Earlier in tonight's show, we were talking about the Enigma Labs and the fact that there seems to be a lot of secrecy going around this new UFO group, business, whatever you want to call them. And the fact that they're not giving out who works for them, who is setting it up, who owns this private company, what they're all about, what their mission is. It all seems very suspicious. And in the UFO world, the one thing that I have learned over the last few years, if it's suspicious, there's probably some nefariousness involved as well. See, Enigma, I can use big words too. The fact that they want to set up a sightings report system, which will probably lead to a really good set of analytics, maybe even apps that you can download on your phone for real-time sightings, is exciting. But what I don't like about it is secrecy. We in the UFO world are tired of secrecy. We're tired of the UFO world preaching to us what we can and cannot see. Whether it's the U.S. government, whether it's the military, or now Enigma Labs. They are asking for your information. They are asking for your sightings. They are asking for everything about what happened to you, whether it's seeing dots in the sky or having alien intervention. Yet, they don't want to tell you who they are. Why not? What is the big secret? Don't sit here and tell me you're afraid of UFO Twitter or a few trolls that are on Twitter that may harass you with some tough questions, because all you're doing right now is digging that hole that you don't want to be a part of. That hole is by not giving information. You see, information comes with trust. If I don't trust you, I'm not giving you anything. I'm not giving you my name. I'm not giving you my address, my email, my phone number, my date of birth, or the names of my children, or what color sink I have in my bathroom. I'm not doing that. And this reminds me a lot of the TTSA. When the To the Stars Academy came out in 2017 and Tom DeLonge stood at a press conference in Seattle where there was no press for that press conference, I started seeing red flags right off the bat. After that press conference, when there was no media questioning, I knew there was no press there. That was red flag number one. How do you call a press conference without any press or follow-up questions? You can't. Then I remember going to the TTSA website, the original website, which did not include the words UFO, UAP, flying saucers, or whatever you want to call them. You could not find them or aliens or extraterrestrial on the website. Yet here they were saying that they were a disclosure group, but their website had nothing to do with disclosure or UFOs. When I look at the Enigma website, I get red flags all over the place. In reading what we read during this show, there's a lot of words, there's a lot of conjecture, but there's not a lot of substance. Using big words to enhance your grammar doesn't mean that it looks smart. In fact, what we read is pretty silly, and I encourage all of you to go to the enigmalabs.io and read it for yourself. If you're wondering, what's Dave talking about? Or just go back in our archives on this show, and we show it all to you right there. I'm telling my audience right now, and I hope you heed my words. If you have a UFO experience, if you have an encounter, if you have an experience with extraterrestrials, I would not personally feel comfortable in putting my information forward to Enigma. There are too many questions and not enough answers. And look, their tweet earlier in the day says it all, where they say they are not part of any government or affiliated with anybody, yet they are working with Arrow and NASA in the same tweet. Look, you may not be affiliated business-wise, but as long as you are working with government agencies, you are affiliated. One way or another, you have taken that step and have become affiliated with them. It may not say so on paper to make it official, but when you're tweeting it out, it pretty much makes sense. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist or any sort of genius to know that you're in cahoots with the government. How does a group that is this fresh, this new, all of a sudden out of nowhere get invited to speak at a private UFO conference with NASA? How does that work? Does that not bring red flags to all of you? We are missing something huge in ufology. Mufon won't do it because they want to play with the government. Enigma is all about the dots and all about the government. Where's the watchdog groups that are looking out for people like you and me? Where are they? Who can we trust? Because right now, I can say there are maybe a handful of groups that are trustworthy. But how many of those groups would sell the farm to be a part of Enigma or to be able to give the government any sort of traction towards your personal information? And that's what it comes down to. Look, we know, and there will be people out there who will say, the government already has my stuff. They know when I'm born. They have a copy of my birth certificate. They've got my social insurance number. They know my address. They know how much I pay in taxes. They know where I work. Everything is online. They already know. So what is the difference? Well, the difference is they don't know you may be a UFO experiencer. And they may use that for what? I'm pretty sure it's more than just calculations. Do you really want to give your government any further control of your life? If you're abducted by aliens, if you're one of the people who out there is and have had that experience, do you really need the government who is covering up this subject to know that this is happening to you? Think about that. They're not going to give you the answer why, but now they know. Trust is a very tough thing to build in this field. I should know. We've been doing this show for 8 years. And building trust with an audience is hard. And I don't even ask my audience for personal information. Like, where do you live? How many children do you have? Who's your eyewitnesses with you? What kind of vehicle do you drive? And there are tons more questions that I don't ask because it's none of my business. And it really should be none of Enigma's as well. But yet here they are asking for your dedication and your donations, even though a billionaire named Peter Thiel is allegedly funding this project, they still want your money, and they're not giving you any answers. One thing about the UFO community that many people in my conversations recently have told me is, what is up with Enigma Labs? Are they going to be good for the UFO community? I had one person message me today and state, dude, this Enigma is creepy AF. You can figure out the acronym on your own. We don't know what is happening in the UFO world right now because everything is becoming very secretive, especially in DC. And that is bothersome. And this is why I may sound like a broken record. But ladies and gentlemen and friends of this show, there is no such thing as disclosure. We are fighting for confirmation of the phenomena. Well, how does this tie into Enigma? It ties in because already they are keeping secrets, and they are already putting blame on places like UFO Twitter, people of research like John Greenwald from the Black Vault, or Stephen Greenstreet from the New York Post. Love him or hate him, they're already saying, we don't want these guys harassing us, so we're not going to put out any names. What are you afraid of, Enigma? You're afraid of a few bad words on Twitter? You shouldn't be. You've got the bucks behind you not to worry about it. No, when a group comes in like that and says, we have all the answers, but we're not going to tell you anything, that should be a red flag for you. And for you to tell your experience or friends, do not go to Enigma. Do not give them any information or anything that is personal. No, this is where you have to stand up for yourself and relate to yourself that your information is a lot more important than their statistics. And when they can't even put a picture of one person on their website to date that works for this company, why the big secret? What is the secret all about? Look, you don't have to agree with me or my stance on UFOs or disclosure or confirmation or whatever it may be. But if Enigma is going to be taking personal information, we as a public have a right to know, where is that information going? Is it going to the government's highest bidder? Is it going to the Pentagon? Is it going to university study? Where's it going? There are a plethora of reporting agencies, within the U.S. government and universities and scientific research buildings that would love to get their hands on information like that. And most of the time, without even knowing or asking questions, we as the human sheep graciously provide it to them. This is a subject that continues to be swept under the rug for secrecy, hidden under a national security threat that we don't even know is a threat in the United States. Remember, threat narratives bring a lot of zeros on a budget. Now, I'm not saying Enigma is tied to the government, but if Peter Thiel, the 4.2 billionaire, is the one funding this, it has ties to Facebook, it has ties to PayPal, and many other social media aspects. How is that going to be for your information? Now, a lot of people will say, Dave, don't be paranoid. They're saying in their statements that they aren't doing anything. They're going to keep your information private, just as like they're going to keep their information private. Yeah, we saw Mufon do the same thing with Robert Bigelow and try to do the same thing just a few short years ago with the To the Stars Academy. How did that go over? Didn't go over very well with the public. So the point that I'm saying here, people, is this. Enigma Labs in the UFO world is one of those companies that I'm going to recommend to you. Do not give them your information. In fact, sit back and see where they go with this. Because if you're like me, you're not going to have a very comfortable seat watching what they do or where they take your information. Your information is yours and yours alone. Keep it private, especially with a company that won't tell you what they're all about. And that is your Dave 101. Let me know what you think down below if you're on our YouTube channel. I'm always interested in your opinions, and I do read them. So please do me that favor. And if you like this blog, share it on your social media. We appreciate that. Now it's time for the news.
What time is it?
It's time for Shirky Poo's news.
Let's get right to it. 2 men in India were killed by a knife. Yeah. What? 2 men in India were killed by knife-wielding roosters in separate brutal incidents. The men were watching cockfights in different districts on the past weekend to mark the 3-day Hindu festival of Sankranti. The victim, one of them, Gande Rao, prepared his rooster for a fight by tying blades to its claws. The animated crowd, however, spooked Rao's prized cock. Yes, I said prized cock, causing it to fly in the air and land on the odor, which resulted in the bladed claws slashing the victim's leg. That same night in East Godavari district, an unlucky spectator was also killed by a knife-wielding cock when the fan, who was standing too close to the action, got hit by the bladed bird, sliced a key nerve in the man's hand during the fight, and he bled out on the way to hospital, being declared dead. Cockfights are banned in India, yet are still common in rural areas. Specially bred birds, roosters obviously, have knives or blades affixed to their legs as spectators bet on which one will win the horrific fight. It is considered a cognizable offense under India's Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act to incite any animal to fight and to organize cockfights. Stay away from knife-wielding cocks. That's all I'm going to say. Moving on, a man wearing a Jesus Saves t-shirt was told he either had to take off his t-shirt or leave the Mall of America in Minneapolis earlier this month, and he left without incident. A security guard at the huge mall can be heard on video telling the man, "If you want to shop here, you need to take off that shirt." Another part of the video shows the same guard saying, "Jesus is associated with religion, and it's offending people. People have been offended." The video was taken on January 7th and recently created a buzz online. Now there has even been a protest organized at the mall where everyone will wear similar shirts. A spokesperson for the Mall of America said that the man was allowed to remain in the mall following the interaction while still wearing his shirt. This, despite the fact guards can clearly be heard threatening to give him the boot. The complaints likely stem from the fact that the back of his shirt crossed out symbols from other religions and read, "Jesus is the only way." The man can be heard saying he didn't speak and was only going to Macy's, but he allegedly had been asked on a different day to leave the mall because he was preaching. A group of Bloomington patriots plans to hold a demonstration at the mall February 4th and asking attendees to wear Jesus shirts. Moving on. The BBC has apologized after pornographic noises were played on air during the broadcaster's live coverage of an FA Cup match, apparently via mobile phone that a prankster had hidden in the studio. The noises interrupted the coverage presented by former England striker Gary Lineker before the match between Wolverhampton and Liverpool. Come on, it's soccer. The hooligans know what this is all about. As sabotage goes, it was quite amusing, Lineker said. Well, of course it's amusing. Of course it is. The BBC appeared to be less amused and issued a statement saying, "We apologize to any viewers offended during the live coverage of the football this evening." A self-ascribed YouTube prankster who calls himself Jarvo tweeted that he was behind the stunt and posted a video showing him calling the phone to activate the sounds. Jarvo, whose real name is Daniel Jarvis, was banned in October from all sporting events in England and Wales for 2 years after running onto the pitch during cricket test matches between England and India in September 21 and barging into England batter Johnny Bairstow. Oh, you never want to upset Johnny Bairstow. That's for sure. And finally tonight, this is serious pizza talk here. A Pennsylvania man held a pizza delivery driver hostage because, well, the driver forgot his drink. Yeah, Leo Lamont Tony, 42 years old, ordered a pizza pie from Primo's about a kilometer away. The driver told police that he began to walk away from the customer's apartment. Tony asked, "Hey, where's my soda?" Yeah, the driver told police when he began to walk away from the customer's apartment, the customer wasn't too happy. The driver didn't give him his drink. Tony allegedly pulled the man inside and locked the door. According to an affidavit, the delivery man said he managed to escape by pushing Tony, fled the scene, and immediately contacted police. Cops arrived at the apartment to arrest the accused, who smelled of alcohol, had slurred speech. It's unknown if Tony, who goes by the name of Pooker, actually ordered a beverage or if he just expected one to come with the pizza, and now he's faced with 1 count of false imprisonment. Some people all over a pizza. It's amazing, isn't it? We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
Don't make a mistake. We're watching.
we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. That's a good show, everyone. That was a good show. Do me a favor, okay, because I'm going to be editing here for the next little bit, and I know a bunch of you are going to be in here. I want to read your comments about what we showed you tonight about the Enigma group. I want you to give me your opinion of what you feel about this group. I do. I think it's very important because, look, people from Enigma are probably going to listen to this because they're going to hear, oh, Spaced Out Radio was criticizing you last night. Yes, we were. We were critiquing, not criticizing, critiquing. Okay? So I want to hear from you what you think. I'm going to read it on the air. Tell me. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to post it on our screen as well. So let's start off with Bob Davis. Fake info stealers. Hello, number 32 in your program, number 1 in your hearts. Starting in goal from Farjestad, Sweden, Lars Jansson. Woo! Lars, can I have your autograph? Katie Page, what are you still doing awake? This excites me that you're here. Katie Page, by the way, will be in Vegas as well for our fan party. Calls him sketchy. Eric Markham, I believe Enigma was an AI-generated data mining setup. Pam Smith, definitely don't trust them, but I hardly trust anyone. National Disgrace, how you doing? Take away their money and lock them up. Eugene, I don't know them either. Mennonite Abe, how you doing, buddy? Damned if they do reveal, damned if they stay secret. We have to give them a chance to prove it or fail. Fair comment. Super Duke, I get the feeling Enigma is just Satan data mining the UFO community. Maggie, it feels disingenuous and just more of the same. Trust is important. YJ Overlander, they're a honeypot. Random Guy, it's a PSYOP data collection. Gong Show, makes me think it's a government thing. Ozzy Rob and his ham hocks. The only Enigma I have heard of is the one from Batman. Believe it or not, Rob, me too. Let's see. Simon, the dog face. I do not trust Enigma and would not give them any of my information. Terry, the government already has everything set due to social scoring, so how do you think it's going to look when it says woo subscriber? Very true. Eric, remember, when it's free, you are the product. Let's see here. Grandmaster, it sounds like Mufon 2.0 and connected to intelligence. Jenny, Dave, I think the whole platform is very questionable. I think the government is trying to get info on our experiences. Bad vibes. Let's see. Random Guy, the most suspicious thing is their access to government agencies immediately. That can't be bought. Who made Enigma? Apparently a gentleman named Peter Thiel. Atlantis is found. Look, I'm reading your comment right off the bat here. All the same, they will just dodge important questions they have answers to. Bingo. Doubleday Clemens, how are you tonight? Enigma is looking for a front man. Vanilla Ice or Kanye might take the job. That's funny. Forrest Louis, I think it's an alien cover-up set to monitor what we know, and I do mean alien. Yeah, those are some pretty strong comments, people. Pretty strong comments right there. And you should be concerned. Absolutely. You should be concerned. Right? It's not an ideal situation. And people do look, I know a lot of you, for a lot of you, we're not your only show you listen to. Okay? I know a number of you listen to other shows, and there's other podcasters here, like Katie Page has a very popular podcast. Okay? This is the message that needs to come out, that you as the UFO public, okay, don't want this stuff. Okay? You don't want this stuff. And the more sites you go to and talk about this, Katie is on Mufon, what's up on KGRA? Look, guys, all I do is pass the information, and I will, at times like tonight, give you opinion. Okay? Because I really try and stay balanced. But when it's something that I can't, or I feel like would not be a good place to support, I can't go there. I don't know if Ryan Graves is part of that. I know Ryan Graves has his own group going, Mennonite Abe, and but I don't know if they are tied together to Enigma. The only UFO person that I have heard of that is part of Enigma is Alejandro Rojas. Enigma trying to get a sole source contract with the government early. No bona fides in the UFO world, typical of early starts, but in this case, honeypot for users, just like NSA did with surveillance, for what it's worth. Hey, random guy, are you still here? I'm going to send you a link on your Twitter. Hold on. I want random guy's opinion on this. And trust me when I say random guy is a smart dude. I just got to find his Twitter here. At random guy tweets. There you go, random guy. If you check your Twitter, you can come on in. I've sent you the link to the show. Grantavius, how's your mustache? Please let us know. I need a mustache update. All right, let's bring in random guy right now. Random guy, how you doing? Are you there, random guy? I can hear you typing away on your keyboard.
Yeah, I'm here. What's good?
How you doing?
I'm chilling. How are you?
I am good. Random guy, I'm very curious to get your opinion of this.
Okay.
I consider you a very credible source. And I
You and
know
my
you were
mom.
listening. Pardon me?
Just you and my mom. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I'm very curious your opinion of what you heard us talk tonight about regarding Enigma Labs.
Yeah, we actually talked about it a little bit, I think, earlier, right?
Yes, I was pointing you in some directions here.
Yeah. Well, the official question that you asked me in the earlier, I don't have those answers yet because I just sent my feelers out today. However, I do have my own opinions based on obviously what we've already seen, right?
Well, what's random guy's opinion on that?
Well, as I put in the chat, to me, you never know with this stuff. There's a couple of moving parts here, and I don't like. I guess we have to back up a step. So a lot of even like chat applications, social media applications, not the biggest ones, even though we know the government has like backdoors, they work with them. We're finding out with the Twitter files how deep they were in that stuff, right? So the government likes to have its fingers in things, and they do little pet projects. And the new way they do them in the old days, you know, they used to send people, actual humans, to infiltrate. But they don't have to do that anymore because we expose ourselves through our technology. So now they can create apps, they can create databases, they can create facades and put it under a different guise. So if we start with that premise and then work forward, okay, we have Mufon. We have these other agencies. There's been plenty of places to go for at least the last 30 years, plenty of places to go. If you had something going on, you wanted to report it, you wanted to talk about it, you wanted to join a community, you wanted to get help, you wanted to get to the bottom of it. And so we've had things like Mufon. As you alluded to earlier, Mufon's kind of doing some weird stuff now, right? And it might just be money-based. But so
Very
this
true.
to me, it just seems like my initial impression is this. I feel like you looked at what happened, and I'm not putting anybody's names or organizations or even media companies on blast. People got to make money. I get it. But we've talked about this how many times? It's like if your primary focus is to A, make money, or if you have a political purpose, you automatically, I can't give you 100% credit or 100% trust in anything you do or your motivations. It feels to me the most suspicious part about this is I don't care if they misspell stuff on their website. It's the fact we don't have faces, right? We trust people. We don't trust organizations. We trust people. I want to know there's somebody in there that I know that you can vouch for, I can vouch for, or whatever. Be like, you know what? We'll do business with this guy. The second part of this that's concerning to me is they have automatic access to government agencies before they've published anything, before they've studied anything, before they've offered anything in return to the government. So in order to get the government to work for you, can't just say, I can't go start a UFO website tomorrow and put a bunch of fancy words, say, hey, guess what, guys? I have a database. I got a database in my house right now. I'm going to start collecting and doing all this UFO research. Just hook me up with everything you know. They're not going to be like, hey, come on over. Let's have a meeting. We'll give you everything we got. It doesn't work like that, right? So the fact they're in those doors with essentially faceless, nameless, with no body of work to show for it, that in itself is the number one thing. Now, I could be completely wrong. This could be some billionaire pet project where he's like, man, it'd be really cool. I'm getting up there and I got all the money of God and I just want to spend it and see if we can find something out. Okay, that's a possibility. Bribe people, pay people off, whatever, just get it done. But you also have to consider the first theory that I presented, which is that it is in fact just another front, because as UFO stuff comes more to the front and they're like, hey, we're doing disclosure, we're doing congressional hearings, we got all this data and we're putting it out to the American public and we have an annual UFO report we're doing. Well, guess what? What are you guys learning from that? Nothing. But if they say, look, we have these 2 or 3 organizations, tell them everything, they'll handle it, they'll send that data to the government will send that data to Congress, and then we'll print it out for you, we promise, every year. How likely is that? So instead of having this kind of tribalistic community of people sharing stories freely, everything starts becoming gatekept. Oh, did that happen? Where is it in? What's your file number in the database? And if you don't have one, all of a sudden you're instantly discredited, right? If you were serious, you would have reported that to Enigma. What's your Enigma file, right? And then Enigma gets to decide what they're going to validate or not, or invalidate, or redact, or whatever else. And to me, that's a loss going into it.
One of the things that concerned me was how they were planning on making money. And not at any point did it say hit up the government for money. And you can usually do that when you have data, and data coming from honest everyday people who are just looking for their answers to what their experiences are.
Correct.
You know?
So if you could join, if Enigma becomes, and I kind of know what they're doing because of people I know that do similar things, just not in this field. They do it in either finance, healthcare. I know some amazing mathematicians and people that can code, and they write this software literally custom for like hedge funds and stuff, right? Like bots. And it's amazing how they can find these patterns and predict like an insanely realistic prediction model of how many people are going to drive Toyota Tundras tomorrow or whatever. They can literally pull up those stats if they have enough data with probability. And so what if Enigma is some kind of a think tank? Let's say for a second, let's say it's not nefarious, it's not government, but it's a think tank that they want to monetize. So their strategy, their monetary goal is to make money in the end. So they somehow get these brilliant MIT guys to write great code. They put together this awesome database. But like we know from all social media, if you're not if you're not paying for it, you are the product, right? So they're giving memberships, if you see in the sign up, to people who make a report first. Oh, you get access first. You get access first. Well, then what happens when colleges, universities, governments, anybody else comes calling and wants to collect that data? Oh, for just $29.99 a month, you could join our, you know what I mean? Like, or whatever it ends up being, there's definitely a subscription model potential there later on.
For the regular people out there, is this something that could be trustworthy? Is this something that, or is this something that they should be wary about? This has been more your wheelhouse than my wheelhouse.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I will say this. It doesn't hurt anything to wait and see. But I would not be the first one in line. I don't know. The fact that you're not showing me anybody's name that somebody can vouch for, I'm going to wait and see. Right? I mean, simple as that. There's no benefit. And here's the thing. Let's say you do have an experience right now, a sighting, a reporting, an abduction, whatever's going on. You give them all the information. You pour your heart out. You give them the evidence. What are they going to do for you? Because they just started. They're going to cross-reference it with like the 3 other people that gave them reports already. You know what I mean? Like, how beneficial is that versus literally talking to you and your network and people? I could probably get you and Tim Senor in front of most people and solve their issues, or you guys could put them in front of the right people to help them, whether it's counseling, further research, people that have the equipment necessary to investigate if it's an ongoing thing, more than this place is going to be. Because this sounds like, send me all your content and just sit back and wait to hear from us. Not we're going to come out and send people to help you.
To me, it just sounds like there's something missing. I don't want to use the word dirty. It doesn't sound dirty to me, but just sounds like there is something major missing. And to me, that's a red flag. And as a journalist, that's what I look for, is I look for those red flag type patterns that just don't make sense to me. And that this one is not making sense to what I would consider something that is beneficial to the public.
Absolutely. And I think what it's going to take, what it's not going to take is saying, hey, look, the government endorses us. I think your audience would laugh at that, but that's kind of like their tack is, hey, we're working with NASA, look at us. And I know I had tweeted in response earlier the little newspaper clipping where it talked about NASA working hand in hand with the DoD on space stuff. So it's like, if you're talking to NASA, you're still talking to the DoD, just indirectly. There's that gray area where they're like, no, we're our own department. We're completely our own department. We're civilian. Sure. You ever go in a command and control room, there's nobody in there from the DoD, right? Just in case. That's what I'm getting at. So until we see some faces, get some names, somebody we could trust, I would just chill out and watch the show.
Yeah, and I would agree with you on that. I think, sometimes the best move is making no move at all. And always it never hurts to have a wait and see approach with things. It never hurts, and I think that is something that I would feel comfortable for our audience to be looking at and doing, because we don't want people, getting in trouble. We don't want our listeners to try and, think, oh, hey, this is this new group. I didn't hear anything back from Mufon or other groups, but I'll try this one out to see what they say. It's a difficult process for many people.
Yeah, and I think the main question everybody listening to this needs to ask yourself, and I'm not, if Dave will tell you, I am a very big skeptic. I think there are some bad things going on, but it's very compartmentalized. And I think a lot of it, actually, believe it or not, the intentions are well. It's just executed poorly and ends up infringing on people's rights and stuff like that. That's a whole nother conversation. But as far as like me being a conspiracy theory guy, I'm the furthest thing from it. Like, I'm a reality guy, very much reality guy. And so when I say these things, heed what I'm saying. What is the benefit to you if you do that? How will that improve your situation by giving information to people that won't even show you their face? And you're going to tell them if this happened to you or you observe this, one of the most private, intimate things that could ever happen to a human being. I just don't see that.
Yeah, and I would 100% agree with you on that. I would 100% but I have talked to major people who have had experiences with unidentified aerial phenomena and with extraterrestrials, myself included. Okay. And I think the majority of us who've had these experiences are skeptical in trying to figure out what happened to us. We looked for logic first before all of a sudden jumping to UFOs and aliens. We had to make sure that we weren't crazy on our own. You know what I'm saying? And I think for a lot of people, when Enigma is tweeting out about working with Arrow and working with NASA, to me, that's a red flag. And these people who have had these experiences, whether you believe them or anybody believes them or not, it's a very real situation for them. I know when I saw the UFO that landed on the ground, that scared me. 5 days later, when I saw the aliens in the forest, that scared me. All right, because you're looking at things that aren't supposed to exist. You're looking at things that, go beyond human comprehension, and it's right in front of you, and there's nothing you can do. And it's like, I never understood, but, in horror movies where people just freeze and they're not moving, they're not running away, they just freeze. And, as a movie guy, you're yelling at them to just get the hell out of there, run, do whatever you have to do.
Yeah, that's the flight or fright response. That's the adrenaline dump. You find out what you're made of in that moment, but you don't know till you know. I see, even in the military, or even in the EMS, like anything, it's a high stress situation. That's normal. If you've never been in a fist fight your whole life, and you're a grown man, and all of a sudden somebody wants to hurt you, you might freak out and freeze. You don't know till you know. It's just it's a human biological response. And people that are Navy SEALs, people that work intelligence, people that work high stress jobs, it's not just that they're doing some magical stuff that no one else can do. They have a high level of what's called stress inoculation, which is the ability to regulate your emotions and that rush during an extreme situation over and over.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I can see where people, panic. And, I've seen people get ridiculed. I've seen it. I've seen my own guests on this show get ridiculed because people don't want to believe it. And that's fine. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it at all. Right? That's up to you. But at least give the person the respect that, even though you haven't stood in their shoes, that they might be telling the truth on that. You know what I'm saying?
100% agree. And like I said, I think a lot of it, I don't know anybody with like the abduction stuff. I know you do. Never gone down that road. Have never really had much interest in it. But I can say, at least for things that are seen and not touched, if I could simplify it, a lot of it can be explained away, and I feel like because of that, people tend to over invalidate other people's experiences. It's like, if you believed it, it was real. You know, like the Matrix, where he's eating a steak and he says, I know the steak isn't real, but I can feel it in my mouth and it tastes amazing and I don't want to wake up. Well, it's like, if in your mind convinces you that that's what you're seeing, that's what you're seeing. And I'm not saying it doesn't, but a lot of times it doesn't, and we can prove it. And I think that leads to an overreaction the other way, where we don't give enough respect to the cases that are legitimate.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, and, you know, people, you know, don't know where to turn. And this is where these types of groups, in my opinion, become very dangerous, because they're literally preying on some of their most vulnerable moments. They're preying on it.
Now, I didn't look. I briefly went through the website earlier when we were talking about it. Is outside of reporting something, is there a point of contact there for PR or media or anything? Because that would be our next move. I think that would be the right thing to do for your audience, would be to reach out officially and say, hey, we got some questions, guys.
Alejandro Rojas will not come on this show because I called him out for lying about his resume.
Gotcha. Well, I guess you're going to have one of your friends in the same community that he would talk to. and keep it at that. I don't know this guy, so that's why I said. I mean, but I would be, like I've said about every single recent quote unquote disclosure topic or people coming out, I was like, what do these guys all have in common? Now, we know nothing about these guys except for that one individual you just mentioned, right?
That's right.
Unless you're willing to bet that before our work is done here with finding out who's involved, that somebody or multiple somebodies in that group is going to have that same background again that I was referring to before, with intelligence, counterintelligence, etc. And now all of a sudden they want to play for the good guys, right? I'm always skeptical. I'm always skeptical of that.
That's the whole UFO field. That's the whole UFO field is, you know, when I got into the field in 2014 and I started meeting people in 2015, the one thing that I was warned by a lot of the veteran people is be careful about the alphabet agencies. Okay. Because it's alleged that the alphabet agencies have been trying to, you know, get into the UFO world for a long time. Richard Doty is someone who's been very open about the fact that during his time with the alphabet agencies, his job was to discredit UFO people. And it ended up leading to one man committing suicide.
I think Katie here I think she nailed it right here. Katie in the chat. I think
Katie
the reason
Katie, by the way, will be at the Las Vegas party.
Oh, cool.
She says, I think the reason to report is so that we can compare sightings and try and find answers. Otherwise, investigators and researchers would have nothing to go on. Absolutely.
I think that's key here, though, because if we're talking about a database, ideally that's what it would do, right? The problem is, if they were to do something like this, and I don't know if Mufon does this, I don't believe they do, but is there a database that anybody's done that's like literally an online library that anybody can get to anytime free of charge and access? Is that something that currently exists?
I believe Mufon has that.
Is it updated without redactions and stuff like that? Or is it scrutinized first and then they upload?
Katie is a researcher in Colorado for Mufon. She would be a good one to actually answer that question.
Well, because my thing is, if they're going to use their powers for good, right, and they got these genius guys and these great algorithms and all those fancy words working for them, I would expect that we would have access to the most advanced database ever made at no cost to us, right? Completely transparent. And since they don't work with the government, would not need to be reviewed by anybody, right?
Very true, random guy. Very true. Very true. You know, I mean, I don't get it. I'm not understanding it. I'm not feeling it. Everything about this to me, it just, there's no comfortability factor. You know, like I have a lot of friends like Katie and others who are investigators for Mufon. And I think that they are absolutely fantastic people. Absolutely fantastic people. Okay. And I know that they have the best interests of their, I'm going to call them clients, for the sake of helping those people out in figuring out what they see and what they saw and what they experienced. And I think that, excuse me, I think there's a lot of good in that because there's a lot of good intention. But when you have a group that isn't even willing to give you a phone number on their website, not even a phone number. So and I'll bring it up here. Okay, let me just bring it up here. Enigma Labs.io. We'll do this together.
Wait, their website is .io?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that mean?
That's an unusual choice, I think. I don't know. I just hang on one second. Right. I'm dropping you. If I drop you, I'll pick you back up.
Okay. Does he drop? Let's go to where can we contact? Look, there is absolutely, if you go to About Us, there is absolutely no phone number or email regarding Enigma Labs.
All right,
no
there you
phone
go.
number, no nothing.
Can you hear me?
No
I'm sorry.
email. Pardon me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. I dropped my access here. I'm back. No, I was saying that their website is .io, right?
Yes.
So that's like a popular thing that I've seen with people that want to do like dark web stuff because it's supposed to be in like Indian Ocean, like international, and a lot of tech companies do it to be edgy, but it's supposed to mean like that suffix for the web address is supposed to be kind of edgy, like, hey, we're outside the realm of the United States, out of the control we're in this meta world kind of thing. And it's also a play off of IO, which is input output, obviously for tech companies, but interesting, has multiple meanings to it. And when 3-letter agencies play games, they usually leave little cookies behind to play games with people. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it is interesting.
Random guy, I'm going to take a quick break here because I have to hit the little boys' room. So if you want to, I don't know if you can see the chat room and talk at the same time, but if you want to just chat about your feelings about this for a couple minutes, that'd be great.
Sure, I got you.
All right, I'll be right back.
Let's go through the chat here. I don't have control, I don't think, but I can read your chat, guys. Let's see. I'm going to go back to what Katie said because I had asked her a question about the database. Private information was redacted, but it was set up for researchers and investigators to have access, still behind closed doors. Okay, so it sounds like that database does not exist in the way that I've explained it yet. How's everybody doing? Wow, there's like 200 people here this late. You guys are awesome. Most streams I do, we're lucky to get 100 people in them. Not doing UFO stuff, doing tech stuff or whatever. It's pretty cool. Let's see. Who's got... Good work, Katie. I'll definitely be meeting you in Vegas. Let's see. All right. The whole thing really stinks. Farts stink also. I don't think it's fair. So I don't think it's fair for us to say that. I get Dave's putting up a big safety warning for you guys. And I'm not saying don't heed that, because I'm saying similar. I'm saying why participate? What's the benefit? I don't think we should label them as nefarious or poop on their bed, a la Johnny Depp style, until we figure out exactly what's going on. We just don't know. And in this industry, in this community, just not knowing is enough for you to pause and go, okay, what's going on over here? What's your motivation? Who do you really work for? Where is this coming from? Where's my info going? I think that's all fair questions. Anybody got any questions? You guys talking about movies. It's that time of night. I get it. Have I seen aliens or UFO? I have not seen aliens. I've seen a ton of UFOs, if we just go to the simplest definition, but really only one big encounter I talked about the other night where I was like, all right. And we were just cracking up. It wasn't like some people talk about seeing UFOs, and it's funny because it's like this emotional transcendent experience of like, oh my gosh, this is it. I know what I'm seeing. And we weren't doing that at all. We were laughing our asses off because we realized what we were seeing and just we couldn't believe it. Broad daylight. We didn't feel in danger. It wasn't trying to make contact with us, but it was so evident that it was not something that made any kind of sense as far as being terrestrial. And so we're just like, dude, that's legitimate. If we had a camera or something right now, 100% would be on the news tonight. And it just seems like they always know, right? Like just like Bigfoot's always blurry. When you want to take that picture, your phone turns into a 1987 Polaroid. It's like, I don't know. But yeah, I have seen UFOs, never had an encounter or seen any aliens. Let's see. Data mining site. Yeah, it probably is. So Eric, I still think it's a data mining site. I agree. Now the question is, what are they doing with it though? Are they just farming the information to handing it off to governments, or are they going to come back and try to sell it to us or other people? It's pretty clear, you guys, if you look not only at, real life and fantasy and sci-fi, they're all kind of overlapping right now, right? Every conspiracy for the last few years, some part of it kind of comes true. And where a lot of people are like, hey, they're preparing us for disclosure, they're preparing us for contact. I don't know if it's that, but there's definitely like profits. I see money signs in a lot of people's eyes, and I think that's why you have like the Blink dude and some of these other guys involved in it. And so it would not surprise me at all if people are trying to flash sale, and like, hey, if we get enough data, we could sell this to people in a meaningful way that where they'll buy in and make it more mainstream. So ufology and the study and the hope for contact, it might just turn into this big game, and that's going to dilute the true experiences even worse and make it even harder. But they're going to commercialize it to sell it as like media stuff. And that would be the worst case scenario, actually. It would almost be better if it was just going to the government, because then at least they're using it for their own purposes, for misinformation or whatever. But if everything becomes a mass entertainment product of ufology, that's probably actually the biggest danger to this space, because what's real and what's not anymore.
All right. It's weird
time.
time.
That's what I was talking about.
What's that?
Oh, they were asking me about my UFO experience that I shared the other night. I was just clarifying it. And then I had also just quickly mentioned that that it's not necessarily shady what they're doing in Enigma, but the difference is it would actually be better scenario if it was data harvesting for the government than the opposite, which could mean that I think a lot of, because of the trends of UFO becoming popular and disclosure, it feels like there's like this entertainment media driven stuff that's about to come out. And the worst thing that could happen is if you had multiple sites that pretended to be credible, that had actual sightings, but they presented things in an entertainment as an entertainment product, and or basically just saturated with so much stuff that you couldn't turn down the noise anymore. And everything became more or less entertainment for the people that are not serious about it. I could 100% see the mass public Netflix specials and stuff. It would only take a couple and just turn this entire space on its head as far as what's real and what's not anymore, especially when the money started flying around.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is a question in the audience for you about your thoughts on abductions.
Can you put it up? I didn't catch it.
Sure. I'll put it up here. It's from Tony in the UK.
Oh, just that was the whole question. Okay. It's hard to say. I think just like UFOs themselves, and I have to be careful here because I'm a very big skeptic in everything until you show me. So when I say this, it's not to discredit those that, as I stated earlier, I'm not invalidating anybody's experiences. So I want to be very clear before I make this statement. I think just like with UFO sightings, that except whereas in UFO sightings, I think a lot of them can be attributed to hallucination, temporary psychosis, weather, lights, like any number of things that have nothing to do with actually what the object is that they're observing. That could be internal. I feel like there's a lot of cases like that. That doesn't mean UFOs aren't real. That means in a lot of cases that can happen. I feel like with abductions, and this is just personally of the very, very limited knowledge, I'm no expert in this field, but just knowing what I know about the government, human psychology, blah, 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 my opinion is that a large portion of the abduction stuff is similar. I think it could be dream states, trances, chemical imbalances. I feel like that's a large majority. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen, right? We all know like Travis Walton, this, that, and the other. I get it. There is physical evidence. Not talking about all of them. I'm talking about that random guy at Starbucks that's like, hey, one time I was abducted by aliens. Okay, what was it? Yeah, they came to my room in the middle of the night and they took me up to their spaceship and then they brought me back and everything's fine and I have no evidence or whatever. Okay, that doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? But let's review the facts. And that's when people get into hypnosis and trying to remember. I get all that, but for me, I don't know anybody it's happened to personally where I could say 100% I know that happened to you. I've seen the case studies that we all know about as one of the ones I mentioned, but then there's always that small percentage if you don't know the person where you're just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. So I hope it doesn't happen because to me, that would be the most terrifying thing, like beyond, I can't even imagine. Because I know the type of stuff the government's done. I mean, we all kind of do, has done to people experimentally in the past. And I wouldn't think the aliens would be much better, especially considering you're not dealing with human entities and those memories and they ever come back, or if you have recollection of it, would just be, I don't know if I would ever be able to function again in society.
It's not a fun experience, man. It's not a fun experience whatsoever. It's as someone who's gone through it, it makes you question a lot of things. It makes, the first question is, did that really happen?
Right.
I mean, I've told this story before. I don't think I've told you. I remember one night or one morning I woke up. It was a summer night a couple of years ago. I woke up and, you do the morning routine. You go to your bathroom. I slept that night without a shirt. Trust me, it's not a pretty sight. And my partner looks at my back and she goes, where did those scratches come from? And I had 2 scratches about 4 inches long, about an inch apart. And they look like cat claws. You know how cats, they don't scratch cleanly. They stutter scratch.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay. And I look in the mirror. I look at them and like, wow, that is weird. And I remember telling her, I need to take a picture of that. I then walk from my mirror over to the bathroom, take my morning pee, and I forget about it for 4 hours. 4 hours. This was just a huge part of the conversation. Okay, go eat breakfast, get my day going. It was a Sunday morning, get my day going. And then I remembered about the scratches, that I wanted to photograph them. I go back to my bathroom. Oh, he dropped. We'll wait till he comes back. Where did you drop out, buddy?
You were having a conversation, getting your breakfast or whatever. Yeah.
So I go to the, I think I got to take a photo of this. And then I leave the mirror, go to the bathroom, do my morning deed, walk into totally forgot about it. Walk into the kitchen, eat breakfast, get my day going. 4 hours later, I go back remembering I needed to take a picture of those scratches. I go back into my bathroom, take my shirt off, and the scratches are gone. No scarring, no peeled skin, nothing. They were gone, vanished. I called my partner in and I said, "Can you come in here for a second?" She goes, "Sure." So she comes into the bathroom. I said, "Look at my back." And she goes, "What about it?" I said, "Remember those scratches this morning?" She goes, "Oh yeah." I said, "They're gone." And they're, because a cat scratch leaves a scar. And they don't disappear after 4 hours when they're red and puffy.
Right.
And this was completely gone. Completely gone. One of the weirdest things I've ever had physically happen to me. And I didn't even get a picture of it because for some reason, to this day, I don't know why, I tuned out on taking that photo right then and there.
I've never had anything like that. I had a crazy supernatural experience when I was a kid, though, that involved healing. Off topic UFOs. More, I don't know if it was ghost or what, but we can talk about that another time, I guess. But yeah, so I've had, and it was witnessed by my sister, and this is like mid 80s. And so for me, I know things happen. And to this day, she'll tell you the same story I will, which we were told that we were lying when it happened, but that's how it goes. So part of me is like, I'm open to things that just are beyond explanation, or I wouldn't even be on your show. Like clearly, like I'm open that I don't have all the answers. I'm open that things happen that we can't explain. I'm just about trying to focus and take away the noise. And I've told you and Timmy that the whole time. It's like, I'm here just so we could take things off the table, because I can't tell you everything that's real. I don't know. But if we can eliminate the things that we know aren't real, it could save us a hell of a lot of time.
Oh, very true. Very true. Just be prepared for the high strangeness to continue. That's for sure.
I've learned by now. I've spent enough time with you.
We are weirdos. We are weirdos. Hi, Skip to my Lou. Hi, Michael Fontaine. Barky Malarkey, trying to be funny. It's not working. You have the humor of Bob Saget right now, or Whoopi Goldberg. So that's never a good sign, because they're both not funny. Let's see. I think that's about it on new listeners coming in. Can't believe we still have 205 people listening.
I know. I was like, you guys got the good drugs tonight.
Right?
That's a lot of people, man. I was like, most of the tech streams I do, we might have 50 to 100 people at peak. You guys are a rad audience.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. They are pretty darn cool.
Of course, I wonder how many of those are bots just like monitoring you and uploading.
Well, I do know I have been told that our show is monitored. It's one of the cool things about it. I like it.
I want random guy to get a burner phone. I have a burner phone. Come on, man. I'm not new. But I will not. I'll make it very clear. Anything you guys ever hear me say, ever, I'm not violating anything. And there's times where Dave will tell you, and I'll tell any of you if you meet me, no comment. And I'm very clear about that. But I would never, ever violate my obligations. So we can leave that at that. A lot of what I know, and the reason I know it, is not because of what I've directly done, and therefore it doesn't apply to me. It's just things that's why I go by random guy, because it's like I'm just a guy in the wind, right? But I pretty much know. So we'll leave it at that. But I myself never violate anything that would put me in trouble or that I'm not supposed to talk about. I ain't playing that game.
Mennonite Abe, who will be in Vegas, says, I'm basically asleep, but here for random guy and Dave banter. Way to go, Mennonite Abe. Way to take one for the team, buddy. Way to take one for the team. Hey, Straight to Lumbridge, how you doing? Good to have you here. Let's see. New listener here. Where are you, Barky Malarkey? He's asking, or she, I don't know. What about the multicolored orbs sometimes seen bursting forth from the ocean and disappearing in a blink? What do you think they are, random guy?
What did I tell you? What have I always told you my most interesting thing with this stuff? It's the ocean stuff. Yep. Because, and the reason is, we wouldn't. So when any kind of testing is going for anything, and I'm going to be very general when I say this, anytime any government or entity is going to test a technology, they're going to make sure they have a support system in place to do a couple of things. One, to monitor and test that technology. Two, to recover that technology if something goes wrong. And three, a way to hide it from people, right? That's pretty much the three things you need in some capacity to test new technology. When you fly stuff up in the air, well, that gives you time for one thing, right? Because it's up high in the air usually. If something goes wrong, you have time to get out a recovery team or what have you. I'll leave that at that. But when something's in the ocean, we don't have the means to do what these things are doing, especially if something were to go wrong. There's no way to retrieve them. And to me, knowing what I know as I just laid out, that violates the rules. So it's like, and that's not even to say like, oh, airline pilot spotted a UFO or a Navy pilot saw it. Okay, whatever. They probably just didn't know what it was they were looking at, right? Even if it was amazing and seemed out of this world, could have still potentially been ours. And they just said, hey, well, let's go test it against our stuff and see how it goes, right? But a lot of the things, especially these orb things in the ocean, it blows my mind because it just violates every rule of testing that we have. And if it was operational, we wouldn't be messing with assets that can easily record its presence, right? So if you have this advanced technology, you're not going to just bring it out and fly it around aircraft carriers, you know? That's dumb, because the more people have eyes on it, more people are going to talk about it, et cetera. It just doesn't make sense. Now, as far as the medium of water versus the medium of air, that's not really a big obstacle. Like to us, water, because of its density, is a huge problem, right? You're like, well, clearly you can't move through water as quickly as through air, et cetera. Well, anybody that's ever flown before or involved with aviation knows that most of the principles of lift are describe air as a fluid. And the same principles of flying through air apply underwater, obviously with a different density and different propulsion system. But if you have the ability to move from point A to point B at a unhuman speed, right, that means you're not worried about friction in air or water. You're going to move through that, whether it's anti-gravitational, whether it's antimatter, or whatever the propulsion system is. The water's not going to be a problem because at the speeds these things are moving, air itself would put so much friction on that asset that it would evaporate, catch on fire, melt. So if stuff's able to move that fast through the atmosphere, it's going to be able to move through the ocean at the same speed. I don't know what it is, and I've told Dave and Timmy, like since the first day I ever met them, that's like my geek out thing, because I'm like, wow, what is that stuff? Because it just doesn't make sense, and that doesn't mean I know everything that's out there, because I don't. It's just it violates the basic rules of testing something, and that's not something we're in the business of. When they're testing stuff, they don't build 500 of them. It's like $1 billion black project that somebody's working on, right? They're not just going to take it out for a spin, and if it crashes, we'll just build a new one. It doesn't work like that. They want it back.
You got a critic in the room. Atlantis is found, saying, "Where's the proof?" Oh, NDA rules. Just all the rest sounds familiar. This and I'm not throwing this up for sarcasm. I'm throwing this up for conversation, because there are a lot of people in the UFO world, random guy, who, and I'm going to say rightfully so, are frustrated by people who have no choice but to live by their NDAs, but want to talk about this subject at the same time.
No, I get it 100%. All I can tell you is there's a couple of things, like as I laid out, hopefully the insight that I give the audience is this. I'm not here to tell you any secrets. So if you think that's not what I'm here for. All right. Let's just get that straight away. So I'm coming out. No, I'm not taking it disrespectful. I see your comment. That's a fair question. But I'm prefacing everything I say with a couple of things. One is, I'm not here to tell you guys any secrets. I'm here to give you insight on how things work, and to speak on things that I know of and mechanisms I know of, not in an official capacity, but I know to be accurate, if that makes sense to you guys. Thirdly, I have no intention of monetizing, being famous, whatever, as you could tell by my moniker. I'm just here having a good time. I'm trying to learn stuff from you guys, from Dave and his people, just as much as you want to learn stuff from me. So my entire purpose of being here is not to be some whistleblower or anything like that. I literally just want to push the conversation forward by making sure we are all on the same page by what is definitely not real, definitely not, something we shouldn't waste our time on, kind of thing, but also giving you insight as to, hey, like you just said with the orb thing, is this real or not? I'm like, I think that's a legitimate UFO, UAP, whatever you want to call it. But because of the reasons I listed, these are the mechanisms by how governments test these things. They're violating their own rules that it's probably not theirs. So like we can use a basis of logic, because everything that is man-made has a system to it. You have scientists, they have hypothesis, they test it, they get the results, they build something, they test that, right? And there's steps to this stuff, A, B, C. That's what I'm hoping that I can convey to you guys. I'm not here to tell you specific secrets of anything, and I would never even offer to do that.
Yeah, and I kind of get caught in the middle of this, obviously, because I'm the host and this is my show, and I personally know your credentials and I can verify your credentials. But the good people in the audience cannot. They have to take my word for it. They have to take your word for it. We're hoping that level of trust that I have with them is good enough for them to trust you in what you're saying. But the problem that I have, and I feel a problem where I feel for my audience, I should say, hey, Dry Toast, best name on YouTube right there, Dry Toast. Second best random guy. But anyways, the point that I'm getting at here is these good people who, a lot of them who listen, random guy, have had some incredible experiences that have affected their lives. Okay. And to them, whether you're skeptical or not is irrelevant, or whether I am skeptical or not is irrelevant. To them, it's very real. And there's a lot of people in this field that are tired of the song and dance that they get from many others before who have played the NDA card and said that, oh, you got to trust me, and nothing ever comes out of it. It's like, and it's, it's fool me once, shame on you, me, fool me twice, shame on you kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not
100%.
saying that as a shot to you, random guy. I'm just trying to explain.
No, and I don't care. Like, I care, but I'm not taking it personally because I understand. That's why I told you, I've watched these guys since I think Lazar came out when I was like 10 years old, and it was on the news, right? And I've been curious ever since then. My dad's friend flew the SR-71, and he told me some crazy stuff. Like, so it's just a matter of, I would like the noise cut down myself. And I will just say this, 100%, nothing I've ever done in an official capacity has anything remotely to do with aliens or UFOs. I can honestly tell you guys that 100% with, like, give me a lie detector. That's nothing that I've been involved with. What I'm saying is, when you get into some of these conversations, especially about stuff that moves around, things can bleed into each other. And that's why I think, honestly, a lot of the government, it sucks, but for national security purposes, the government can't talk about things. And if people get close, their job is to protect our secrets first, then worry about freedom of information second. And I know that's like a hard thing for a lot of people to accept. People are like, well, just tell us everything. Well, guess what? Especially if you're American or on our team, unless you're in like North Korea, Iran, something like that, you should thank God that America does that, because we keep everybody safe, right? We got iPhones and we're sitting here streaming on YouTube, having a good life because of how serious they take that obligation. So, like, you got to balance it and understand that. So when some of the stuff that looks UFO or looks extraterrestrial gets too close to something that they might actually have, they got to start playing games with it. And that's just the reality.
Right. Maybe for the audience, if you don't mind, could you explain what an NDA is, so that maybe there might be some people out there listening to this who have heard the term NDA or non-disclosure agreement, but may not fully comprehend the importance of legally following through with an NDA.
Yeah, so NDA it's just a non-disclosure agreement. They're common, and that's actually a very basic term that actually covers different types of these things because they're common in business, right? If you work for Apple and you're doing work for them on the new iPhone that no one knows about, they're going to have you sign an NDA that says, hey, don't tell them about this new feature we're working on, right? It's the same thing. They want to protect secrets. So it works the same with the government. So if you're military contractor or whatever, if you are in a position where you are going to be exposed to secrets or things that they don't want other people knowing, then they will literally give you paperwork and say, hey, you are not to talk about this program or this place or this whatever it happens to be. Now, the interesting thing about the government, and I've mentioned this in the chat before, is we all know that if you work for the government or if you're in the military, that you're going to get that. What I've heard of happening is some people see things they weren't supposed to see, and somebody shows up with a sign, with a pen and a paper and says, hey, sign here. And these could be regular civilians and stuff. So it gets complicated because if somebody says matter of national security, it's like I don't want to say you can kiss your rights goodbye, but you don't want to mess with that. And so the penalty for violating an NDA is literally, depending on the severity of it, well, you're looking at, I know it's in the news, I don't want to talk about politics, but like classified files found at presidential places, right? So classified, those are probably mundane documents that are meaningless. They're not nuclear launch codes. Like when you work around stuff, if you work at a top secret level, like if you email somebody, if Dave and I work at the same top secret office and I said, hey, Dave, you want to get sushi for lunch? And I email that to him. That email is now top secret until declassified. And we're literally just talking about lunch. So when you hear about top secret documents, at the president, it's literally, I guarantee you, 99.9% nothing burgers all around. But just the fact that it's classified makes it a crime. So in the same way that possessing those documents is a crime, talking about the contents of those documents is also a crime that's prosecutable. So that's basically what an NDA is. Punishable by jail, literally. And if it's far enough and somebody dies because of the information, it's treason, and you can be killed. Death penalty for it.
Yeah, and see, for a lot of us out there, we'll never know. We'll never, like when you, I will say, worked where you worked and how you worked. Did you have a choice in saying, no, I don't want to work at those type of places, or I don't want to sign those type of NDAs? Or was it your position that?
No, it's like just things that I've done. It was pretty much, it's weird because anybody that's worked for the government, everything's kind of tiered. So there's like levels and stuff. They're like, you might respond, I don't want to be too specific here, but basically you might get a job offer, and it's not going to come out and say, hey, this is some super awesome, crazy secret stuff or whatever, right? It's not going to say that. So you go, and then you show that you're interested. You show them that you got what it takes, and then they call you back after they've checked you out. Then you go through the application process. Then after you've already gone through your whole process, then, and we're talking months at sometimes, depending on what the position is, to be vetted. Then they come back and offer you the job, and you don't find out literally until you go to work and until you actually go what it is. And when you get there, it's like day one. So this is what you're going to be doing. Sign here, and and depending on what it is, right, you go with that.
It's amazing. I'm just going to put it out there for our audience. Any other questions that we may have for Random Guy? It is getting late, and got to start winding this down. So if you have any other questions for Random Guy, ask them now. Otherwise, we're going to have to get ready to start calling it the night. But
I noticed somebody called me Bigfoot, which is accurate because I wear a size 16 shoe.
Boy, those are probably some ugly feet.
Actually, they're not bad looking feet. They're just, it's annoying finding shoes.
Wow. Maggie, thank you so much for the late super chat.
Said,
very much
random guy got too random. What was too random? I feel like I'm answering the questions pretty well. Yeah, Eric says he had a clearance when he worked around the. Yep, you at least had a secret, and if you were a mechanic or an engineer that had proprietary schematics on that boat or ship, Navy guys get pissed when you call it a boat. Then you had TS.
Yeah, Markham actually served on the USS Nimitz in the early to mid 80s.
That's cool. That's cool stuff. Yeah, my buddy that my 3-letter agency buddy I was talking to you the other day with, he was in the Navy previously. And then he worked contract. A lot of people find out when you get out of the military, you can make basically 4 times what you made in the military doing the same job, and that's where government gets most of its employees.
Pam Smith, I apologize. I really didn't understand the question, so I would like you to repost that if you don't mind. And yeah, we'll leave it at that. And any questions for Random Guy? Any questions? We'll give it another 30 seconds here. So, Random Guy.
Yeah, it's all good. Like I said, I don't mind popping in here. And it's funny because if people are skeptical, that's good. Stay skeptical, because that's how I stay. I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything until I see it either. So good on you guys for that.
Random guy, they want to know your YouTube channel.
I don't. It's whatever this is. Random guy, something. I don't know.
You're
Hold
not
on.
broadcasting on Random Guy.
Nah, I'm not. I'm not doing anything. I'm just don't. It's not
Right.
that important, guys. It's
All right.
Oh, it's at Random Guy Space. In case I ever do put anything there, but that's what it is. At Random Guy Space is my channel.
Thank you, Atlantis, for that awesome super chat, man. Very much appreciate it.
Again, I'm not here trying to turn the world on its head. Dave actually just asked me to jump in a few times recently. That was never my plan. My plan was never to even be part of this. It was just for us to talk and him to put me in contact with people I wanted to meet. So I was like, well, if I can talk around things a little bit, then whatever. I'm here.
Couple questions for you. This one from Steam Train Mark in Australia, who literally usually lets me know if I'm alive later on today or tomorrow, because it's always good to know. Has Random Guy ever worked in classified projects?
That's a no comment.
That's a no comment. And Major Lee is asking, does Random Guy wear a fur suit and go out for walks in the woods?
For the right price, I'll wear pink.
Pam, I'm going to divert that question because I don't think that would be one I would feel comfortable asking, or that might put him in a predicament. Thank you, Steam Train Mark, for letting me know that I am alive later today.
Let's not ask specific questions, guys.
Yeah. He can't answer specific questions.
I could talk about all the UFO stuff and paranormal stuff you guys want and give you insight to what is not real based on my opinions. I cannot speak about anything specific about anything or anywhere. And we'll leave it at that, please, respectfully.
Yeah. Once they get used to you, they'll know. You know. And they're pretty respectful. So as you've seen, you've been around now for quite a bit here, and you're getting to know the people pretty good. They are good people here. So
I got a question for Grandmaster. Grandmaster, why do you post so much stuff about magnetic and electromagnetic force fields? That is my question.
2 questions for you, and we'll call it the night. Thank you, Michael Morris, for the reminder. Random Guy, what's your opinion of eating breakfast foods for dinner?
Big fan. I'm known to scramble up omelets or do waffles all the time. Probably a couple times a month, actually. Big
Terrible. Fan. I had a lot of respect for you until you said that.
I also put pineapple on pizza just to piss people off.
I like that. Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Are you on Team Stump or Team Rock?
What the hell is that?
You know, Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh my God, we're going back to that?
Yeah, it's in Wyoming, Devil's Tower.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Devil's Tower, but I was like, how is that relevant now?
It's a question that we ask for almost everybody.
I don't know. I that's a hard choice.
Just be on Team Stump with us. Life will go easier for you.
Whatever's popular, I'll do the opposite. How about that?
Okay, then you're on Team Stump.
Hold on. What's this say about every time I see Bob Lazar, I want to see what it says. Someone
like Bob Lazar wouldn't know that he was working on it until faced with the work?
For what he supposedly did, which I don't know where he worked specifically or what he did other than his story. It would make sense that he would not be briefed until he was specifically on the project. No, he would have no advanced knowledge.
How would let me follow that up here. And if I'm overstepping, please tell me. I know you will anyways.
Yep.
How do you work on something if you don't know what you're working on?
Well, two different ways. It's not uncommon, and again, I don't know anything about UFOs, so I'll just use UFO as an example, because to me, it's a complete hypothetical. If hypothetically you were working on a UFO and you're an engineer, first of all, they wouldn't know how to even brief you what you were working on. They would just tell you it's matter of national security and drive you somewhere or whatever, right? If it was something that we were making, you would be recruited by whoever was building it ahead of time, and you would be involved at the design level of it, and then you would know. But if it's an R&D thing or a teardown or a reverse engineer, then 100% you're not going to know what it is till you get there. And that's me saying that just based on how things work, nothing specific.
Okay. So realistically, they just follow the battle plans that are laid out for them, and that's it. Not about asking questions.
Well, it depends. It depends what what likely happens is the government has scientists and engineers that work for them, right? 24/7 on the payroll that are briefed, that are there in case things happen. But I would think, hypothetically, that if we came into contact with like a UFO, they probably got it. And even if you're a brilliant engineer or whatever, because the best engineers don't work for the government, they work for private aerospace, right? That's where the money's at. So they probably get together and are like, we need somebody smarter than us to help us figure out how this thing works. And that's typically how those go. So they find somebody that has the credentials to bring in there and get it done. That's, if you already know how to do it, you don't need to bring in somebody else, right? So they bring in guys that can do what they can't, which typically means, especially when you're talking about engineering, you need the smartest, which means they got to go to a university or to an aerospace company to bring them in, or a laboratory.
Right. Okay. We are going to call it the night here on the show, because it's Dave has to get up in the morning for work, and Random Guy's got to go to bed because his teddy bear is calling him, and his size 16 slippers are calling him as well. Random Guy, thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for having me, and keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate it.
No problem. And we want to say a big thank you tonight to Bob, Ed, Louis ×3, Simon ×3, Louis ×2, Red Panda, Candy, Robo, Maggie, and Atlantis for the great super chats tonight. Remember, guys, we want to see you all in Las Vegas for our second annual fan party. So please check the ticker below again. Rewind this show. It's all over the ticker. We want to see you there. And let us know if you're coming. We really want to try and get 100 people there, and we're bringing in some good people like Random Guy to come out and hang out with us. And, of course, if you haven't already, because I did see some new faces coming on in, make sure you hit subscribe, ring that bell. We're here 7 days a week for all of you. So take care, everyone. Much love to all of you. We'll see you tomorrow night.
healthy, my friend.
You too.
You need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.